In the year 1300, a Genoese nobleman named Doria was alive and well. He ate his meals, wore his furs, slept in his own bed, ran his family's affairs, and walked the streets of Genoa greeting people who had known him for decades. And according to the most famous poem of the entire Middle Ages, his soul had already been in hell for over 20 years. Down at the very bottom of the pit, frozen into a lake of ice, while a demon wore his body around the living world like a borrowed coat. Dante Alighieri put a living man in hell, named him, spelled out the crime, a murder at a dinner table, the victim, his own father-in-law. And here is the detail that makes it almost funny in the darkest possible way. Doria outlived Dante. He died in 1325, somewhere in his 90s, 4 years after the poet who had damned him was in the ground. For those last 4 years, if you believed the poem, a demon was walking around Genoa in an old man's skin, while the real Doria sat under the ice, and the one man who could have updated the record was dead. That is the world we are stepping into tonight. A poem where the damned are real people, with real names, real families still living, real murders still fresh in living memory. Where a poet who lost everything sat down in exile and built a funnel-shaped torture chamber through the center of the earth, sorted all of human evil into 9 descending circles, and then filled those circles with his neighbors, his enemies, his teachers, 2 popes, and at least 1 man he clearly loved. People sometimes treat the Inferno as a dusty classic, a thing you were assigned in school and skimmed. It is one of the most violent, vindictive, heartbroken and grotesque works of art ever produced, and the deeper you go into it, the worse it gets. By the end of tonight, we will have watched a man gnaw the skull of the archbishop who starved his children to death in front of him, and we will have heard that man describe the whole thing in his own words. Before we start the descent, a quick hello. Welcome in, whether you are a regular around here or this is your first night with the channel. Do the usual thing for me while you settle. Drop a comment with where in the world you are listening from, and this time, maybe add the local time, because I have a suspicion most of you meet these videos somewhere well past midnight. It fits the material. A genuine thank you to the Patreon supporters and the YouTube members. Videos this long only exist because of you, and if anyone listening wants to join that crowd, the links to support the channel are down in the description and in the pinned comment. Alright. Blankets on, lights low. We are going to hell, and we are taking the long way down. The man who built this hell was born in Florence in 1265, under the sign of Gemini, as he liked to remind people, into a family that was respectable without being powerful. The Alighieri were minor nobility, old enough blood to matter in Florence, not rich enough to be dangerous. His mother died when he was a boy, somewhere before his 10th birthday. His father remarried and then died as well while Dante was still in his teens, leaving him the head of a modest household with a small income from property and money lending. So by 18 he was effectively an orphan with a name to maintain, in the most feverish, ambitious, self-devouring city in Europe. Half the people we meet in hell tonight come out of the streets of Florence as they stood at the end of the 13th century, so a minute on the city itself. The city was rich in a way that alarmed everyone, including the Florentines themselves. Banking, wool, trade, the gold florin becoming the standard coin of Europe. The population had exploded, the towers of the great families stood over the streets like a stone forest, and the politics were homicidal in the plainest sense. Florentine political disputes ended with houses burned, exiles by the hundreds, and severed heads. The two great factions were the Guelphs, who broadly backed the Pope, and the Ghibellines, who broadly backed the Holy Roman Emperor, though on the ground the labels mostly tracked family feuds that had been running for generations. When one side won, the other side lost everything: homes demolished, property confiscated, whole clans marched out of the gates. Dante grew up in a Guelph city that had crushed its Ghibellines within living memory, and the old men of his childhood could still describe the battle that had nearly gone the other way, a slaughter at a place called Monteperti, that we will get to properly when we meet the man who commanded it. He is waiting for us in a burning tomb in the sixth circle, and he is one of the most magnificent characters in the whole poem. Two things happened to young Dante that shaped everything after. The first was a girl. When he was 9 years old at a May feast, he saw an 8-year-old named Beatrice Portinari, daughter of a wealthy banker, dressed in crimson, and by his own account something in him simply changed and never changed back. He describes his heart trembling and a voice inside him announcing that a god stronger than himself had arrived to rule over him. He saw her again at 18. She greeted him on the street, an ordinary polite hello, and he went home and had visions. They were never together. She married a banker. He married a woman named Gemma Donati from a powerful family, in a match arranged when he was a child, and they had 3 or 4 children. Then, in 1290, Beatrice died. She was 24. Dante fell apart, poured his grief into a strange little book of poems and prose called the Vita Nuova, the New Life, and closed it with a promise that sounds like a young man's bravado and turned out to be a construction plan. He wrote that he hoped to say of her what had never been said of any woman. 20 years later, he made her a resident of the highest heaven and built 100 cantos of poetry as a road to reach her. Every horror we walk through tonight is, in the poem's own architecture, one leg of a journey toward a dead banker's wife. The second thing that happened to him was politics, and this one destroyed his life. Florence required anyone holding public office to enroll in a guild, so Dante, a poet and scholar, joined the Guild of Physicians and Apothecaries, a guild that also covered booksellers, and worked his way up through the councils of the city. He fought too, as a young cavalryman at the Battle of Campaldino in 1289, front rank, and he later described the terror of watching the enemy cavalry come on and his own relief at surviving. By 1300, at 35 years old, he reached the top. Florence was governed by 6 priors who served 2-month terms, and in the summer of that year, Dante was one of them. 2 months at the summit of his city. He would later write that all his miseries and all his misfortunes had their cause and their beginning in that election. He was not exaggerating. By then the Guelphs of Florence, having no Ghibellines left to fight, had split into 2 new factions and gone to war with themselves, the Whites and the Blacks. The labels came out of a family quarrel in a neighboring city and mean almost nothing in themselves, but the split was real. The Blacks, gathered around the ferocious Donati clan, wanted alliance with the papacy and were happy to invite outside power into the city. The Whites, and Dante stood with them, wanted Florence to govern itself and keep the Pope's hands off it. During Dante's 2 months as prior, street fighting broke out, and the priors banished ringleaders from both sides to cool the city down. Among the exiled whites was Guido Cavalcanti, the finest poet in Florence and Dante's closest friend, the man he called the first of his friends. Guido caught malaria in the swampy exile town and came home to die that August. So Dante's brief turn at power involved signing off on the banishment that killed his best friend. Keep that in mind for later tonight, when a father rises out of a burning coffin and asks Dante why his son is not with him. The Pope at this moment was Boniface VIII. Get a good look at him now. Dante hated this man with a purity of hatred that most of us never achieve about anything. Boniface had come to the papal throne in a cloud of suspicion after his predecessor, a hermit dragged unwillingly into the papacy, resigned in circumstances people whispered about for decades. Boniface wanted Tuscany. He wanted Florence's banks and Florence's obedience, and the white government in Dante's city stood in his way. So he invited a French prince, Charles of Valois, brother of the King of France, to come down to Italy as a so-called peacemaker. In the autumn of 1301, as Charles approached Florence with his troops, the city sent a small embassy to Rome to negotiate with the Pope directly. Dante was one of the ambassadors. Boniface kept him hanging around Rome, and while he was there, the trap closed at home. Charles of Valois entered Florence on the 1st of November, 1301. Within days, the black exiles poured back into the city behind him, and for something like a week, Florence belonged to the mob. Houses of white families were looted and burned, men were murdered in the streets, scores were settled that had nothing to do with politics. The chroniclers describe fires burning across whole neighborhoods, while Charles, the peacemaker, did nothing. Dante never went home. On the 27th of January, 1302, the new black government condemned him in absence on charges of corruption in office, extortion, and opposition to the Pope, charges from the standard menu you use when the point is confiscation rather than truth. Fine of 5,000 florins, exile for 2 years, permanent ban from office. He did not appear to answer, since appearing meant arrest, and so on the 10th of March, 1302, a second sentence came down, and this one you should hear plainly. If Dante Alighieri ever again came within the power of the commune of Florence, he was to be burned with fire until he died. Igne comburatur sic quod moriatur, let him be burned until he is dead. He was 36 years old, a husband, a father, one of the most celebrated poets in Italy, and from that morning until his last breath 19 years later, walking through the gate of his own city meant the stake. Everything that follows tonight comes out of that sentence. The Inferno is many things: a theological system, a map of the afterlife, a summary of everything a brilliant medieval mind knew. Underneath all of it, it is the revenge of a man who could never go home. He wandered for the rest of his life, court to court, patron to patron, learning, as he wrote in the poem itself, how salty another man's bread tastes, and how hard a road it is going up and down another man's stairs. And somewhere in those years, probably beginning around 1306 or 1308, he started writing a poem in which he personally walks through hell and finds out where everybody went. The corrupt popes, The murderers, the traitors who wrecked his city, his friends, his mentors, the lovers whose deaths he remembered from childhood gossip. He gave himself the power of the last judgment, and he used it, name by name, a word on how the poem works before we walk through the gate. Dante set the journey at Easter of 1300, beginning on the night before Good Friday. That date is doing a lot of quiet work. 1300 was the year of his priorate, the peak of his life before the fall, and it was also 2 years before his exile, which means every soul he meets in hell can prophesy. They are dead, they see the future dimly, and one after another they tell the pilgrim Dante about the catastrophe coming for him and for Florence, exile, betrayal, fire, and the poet writing years later in some borrowed room already knows every word of it came true. He built himself a time machine specifically so that the damned could warn him about wounds he had already received. As a piece of psychological self-surgery, I am not sure anything else in literature comes close. The poem opens with the most famous midlife crisis ever recorded. Midway through the road of our life, he says, "I found myself in a dark wood, for the straight way was lost." He is 35, half of the biblical 70, lost in sin and error. And when he tries to climb out of the valley toward a sunlit hill, 3 beasts block him, a leopard, a lion, and a she-wolf, and the wolf drives him back down into the darkness. And then help arrives in the strangest form, a shade, dry and faded from long silence, who turns out to be Virgil, the Roman poet, author of the Aeneid, dead 1300 years, Dante's literary idol, the man whose verses he knew by heart. Virgil explains that a lady came down from heaven to the edge of hell to ask him to rescue Dante. Beatrice, the dead girl from the May feast, now enthroned in glory, weeping as she asked. Since Dante cannot take the direct path, he must go the long way. Down through hell, through the entire body of human evil, out the far side, up the mountain of purgatory, and only then to her. Virgil will guide him as far as human reason can go. Past that point, reason has no passport, and someone else will take over. One more piece of machinery, and then we descend. The punishments in Dante's hell are not random torments. Each one is built on a principle the poem eventually names out loud: contrapasso, the counter-suffering. The punishment is the sin, continued forever, stripped of every disguise. The lustful let passion blow them around in life, so a black wind blows them forever. Flatterers produced verbal filth, so they sit in actual filth. Sowers of division are themselves divided, cut open, split. It sounds tidy when I describe it like that. In practice, it produces images of such inventive cruelty that 7 centuries of artists have never exhausted them, and the man who invented the system will name it for us near the bottom, spoken by a walking corpse holding its own severed head up like a lantern so the mouth can talk. We will get there. The geography, briefly, and then we walk. Dante's hell is a funnel. An enormous cone-shaped pit driven down through the earth all the way to the center of the planet, where gravity itself changes direction. Tradition said it was gouged out when Lucifer fell from heaven, the earth itself recoiling from him as he plunged, and he is still down there at the bottom of the funnel, jammed into the exact center of the universe like an axle, 9 circles ring the pit, each narrower and deeper than the last, each holding a worse class of sinner. The scheme, roughly, runs from sins of appetite at the top, lust, gluttony, greed, wrath, down through violence in the middle, into fraud near the bottom, because for Dante, the misuse of the mind is worse than the misuse of the fists, and finally, at the frozen floor of everything, treachery. Betrayal of those who trusted you. That is the worst thing a human being can do in this poem, worse than murder, worse than blasphemy, and the punishment for it is not fire. Hell gets colder as you go down, and the bottom of it is ice. The descent begins at a gate, and the gate speaks. 9 lines are carved over the arch, and the gate delivers them in the first person, the way a tombstone speaks for the dead. Through me the way into the suffering city, it says. Through me the way to the eternal pain. Through me the way among the lost people. Justice moved my high maker. I was made by divine power, by highest wisdom, and by primal love. Sit with that for a second, love, on the doorframe of hell. The medieval logic held that even damnation is a function of a loving order, and whether that consoles you or freezes your blood is between you and the gate. Before me nothing was created except eternal things, and I endure eternally. Then the last line, the one everybody knows even if they have never opened the poem. Abandon every hope, you who enter. Dante says the words are dark in color, cut into stone over a door standing open onto blackness, and he tells Virgil honestly that the sense of them is hard for him. Virgil answers that here you must abandon all cowardice, and takes his hand, and with a cheerful face, the poem actually says with a cheerful face, walks him in among the secret things. What hits first is sound. Before Dante sees anything, he hears it, sighs, wails, and shrieks echoing under a sky with no stars, voices in every language, horrible accents, words of pain, cries of rage, high voices and hoarse ones, and under all of it, the slap of hands, people striking themselves, the whole roar circling in that timeless dark air like sand spun up in a whirlwind. He starts crying immediately at the threshold before a single punishment has come into view. He asks Virgil who these people are, and the answer introduces us to the first crowd of the damned, and they are a crowd nobody expects. These are the neutrals, the uncommitted, the souls who lived without disgrace and without praise, who never chose anything, never took a side, never risked their comfort for good or for evil, and mixed among them the angels who sat out the war in heaven, neither rebelling with Lucifer nor standing with God, loyal only to themselves. Heaven expelled them so as not to be less beautiful, and deep hell will not accept them either, because the wicked might otherwise have someone to feel superior to. These people are not even in hell proper. They are in the lobby. Hell itself has rejected them as beneath its standards, and the poem's contempt for them is total. Virgil will not even discuss them. Fame of them the world permits not to exist, he says. Mercy and justice alike disdain them. Do not speak of them. Look and pass. But Dante does look, and what he sees is this. An enormous banner rushing in a circle, whirling so fast it seems incapable of ever stopping. A flag with nothing on it, and behind it streams a train of people so long that Dante says he would never have believed death had undone so many. In life they followed nothing, so now they chase a blank flag forever. They are naked, and they are being stung continuously by swarms of wasps and hornets, so their faces stream with blood, and the blood mixes with their tears and runs down their bodies to their feet, where it is collected by fat worms and maggots writhing in the pooled gore on the ground. People who never bled for anything in life now bleed constantly for nothing, and even their blood goes to feed the lowest things that exist. Among the endless train, Dante recognizes one figure, and in one of the coldest lines he ever wrote, he refuses to name him, the shade of him who made, through cowardice, the great refusal. Early commentators mostly thought it meant Pope Celestine V, the holy hermit who resigned the papacy after 5 months and opened the door for Boniface, the wrecker of Dante's life. If so, the man was canonized as a saint while Dante was still alive, and the poet never revised the line. Draw your own conclusions there. Past the neutrals runs the first river, the Acheron, wide and dark, and along its bank an enormous crowd is gathering, souls pressing toward the water from every direction. Dante asks why they seem so eager to cross, and before Virgil can finish answering, the ferryman arrives. An old man, white with ancient hair, standing in a boat, and around each of his eyes a wheel of flame. Charon. Dante lifted him straight out of the classical underworld and put him to work for a Christian god, and the old demon has not mellowed. He comes on screaming, "Woe to you, wicked souls! Never hope to see the sky. I come to carry you to the other shore, into eternal darkness, into fire and ice." And then he spots the one warm body in the crowd and stops. "And you there, living soul, get away from these who are dead." Virgil settles it with a formula he will use at checkpoint after checkpoint tonight. This is willed where what is willed can be done, and ask no more. The fiery wheels go still. But the souls have heard everything, and Dante watches what the words do to them. They change color, they gnash their teeth. Naked and exhausted, they begin cursing, and the catalogue of what they curse is complete. They blaspheme God, their parents, the human race, the place, the time, the seed of their sowing and of their birth. Everything that ever combined to produce them, and then, weeping bitterly, they gather to the bank anyway, because, as Virgil explains, divine justice spurs them so that fear converts to desire. They want to cross. The damned long for their own punishment the way a falling man longs for the ground. Charon loads them, beating with his oar any soul that settles too slowly, and as the first boatload pulls away, new crowds are already massing on the bank, an endless harvest. Dante compares them to autumn leaves lifting off a branch one by one until the bough has given all its spoils back to the earth. Then the dark plain shakes. An earthquake rolls through the ground, a wind bursts up from the wet earth, a red light flashes, and Dante's senses simply quit. He faints and falls, he says, like a man seized by sleep. It will not be the last time tonight. For all the horror he is about to catalogue with a taxonomist's patience, the pilgrim of this poem faints like a Victorian aunt, twice in the first 5 cantos, and I find that genuinely endearing. The author of Hell could not stay conscious in it. He wakes on the far side of the river, which raises questions about how he crossed that the poem serenely declines to answer, and finds himself standing on the brink of the abyss itself, the rim of the great funnel, looking down into a valley of pain so deep and so clouded that even peering hard he can make out nothing at all in the bottom. Thunder rolls up out of it, made of infinite wailing fused together. Now we descend, Virgil says, into the blind world. I first, you second. And Dante notices something that stops him. Virgil has gone pale. The guide, the reassurance, the steady hand has lost his color, and Dante calls it out. How can I come if even you are afraid? Virgil's answer is one of the quiet heartbreaks of the poem. The anguish of the people down there, he says, paints my face with the pity you mistake for fear. And down they go, into the first circle, Virgil's own home, limbo. Nothing here screams. That is the first shock after the gate and the river, the quiet. Only sighs. Sighs without number, rising from crowds of men, women and children, a sound of sadness without torment that keeps the eternal air trembling. These are the souls who did not sin, Virgil explains, and you can hear him managing his own composure as he does, because he is describing his own sentence. They did nothing wrong. Some were infants who died before baptism. The rest lived before Christ, or beyond the reach of the faith, and however great their virtue, and some of them were the most virtuous human beings who ever existed, they lacked the one door in. For such defects, and for no other fault, we are lost, Virgil says, and adds the line that defines this whole circle. We live in longing without hope, desiring forever something they know with certainty they will never have. Then he says quietly that great grief seizes his heart when he speaks of it. Dante is standing next to a damned soul narrating his own damnation in a calm teaching voice, and to his credit, the pilgrim registers the full horror of it. He asks carefully whether anyone ever got out of here. Virgil, who died 19 years before the crucifixion, describes having seen, not long after his own arrival, a mighty one come down crowned with victory, who broke into the pit and pulled out Adam, Abel, Noah, Moses, Abraham, David, Rachel, and many others. The harrowing of hell, the one jailbreak in the history of the place. He never names Christ. Nobody in hell ever says that name. Virgil watched the rescue happen, watched the patriarchs walk out into bliss and stayed behind. And before that day, he notes with terrible precision, no human soul had ever been saved. Deeper into the circle, a light appears, a hemisphere of brightness pushing back the darkness, and under it, honored lawns and a noble castle with 7 high walls ringed by a lovely stream. On the way there, 4 great shades come forward to greet Virgil, faces neither sad nor glad, and Virgil names them Homer, the sovereign poet, walking ahead with a sword in hand, then Horace, Ovid, and Lucan, the masters of ancient poetry, holding court in hell's front parlor. They speak with Virgil a while, then turn to Dante, and they make him, the exiled Florentine scribbling in borrowed rooms, the 6th of their company. He never got over the pride of writing that scene, and honestly, why should he? He assigned himself a seat among the 5 greatest poets of all time, in a poem, using the poem as the evidence for the claim. And the astonishing thing is that posterity looked at this staggering act of self-promotion and said, "Fair enough." Inside the 7 walls, on fresh green grass, the great dead are arranged like a museum of everything the ancient world achieved. Electra with Hector and Aeneas, Caesar, armed with his falcon eyes, Camilla, the warrior maiden, Penthesilea, the Amazon queen. On another side, Saladin, alone, apart, a Muslim sultan who had fought the Crusaders within a century of Dante's birth, placed here among the virtuous because even his enemies could not deny what he was. Then the philosophers, and at their center, one figure enthroned in everyone's reverence whom Dante does not even need to name, the master of those who know, Aristotle, with Socrates and Plato standing nearest him, and around them Democritus, who taught that the world is chance, Diogenes, Heraclitus, Thales, Empedocles, Zeno, Euclid, the geometer, Ptolemy, the astronomer, Hippocrates and Galen, the fathers of medicine, and beside them Avicenna, the great Persian physician, and Averroes of Cordoba, who made the great commentary on Aristotle. 2 Muslim scholars seated among the immortals by a Christian poet whose civilization was actively crusading against theirs. Dante's mind was bigger than his church on this point, and the church noticed. Plenty of later theologians found this whole circle far too generous, and that generosity is exactly what makes limbo hurt. Nobody is being punished here in any visible way. The grass is green. The conversation, presumably, is the best in the universe, and every person on that lawn exists in a permanent condition of hopeless desire, fully aware of what they are missing, forever, through no fault of their own. The infants, too, and medieval parents lived with that doctrine grinding on them every time a baby died before the priest arrived. Dante walked through this circle and put faces on it, put Aristotle's face on it, put his own guide's face on it, and then kept walking, and the poem never quite recovers its innocence about divine justice afterward, however loudly it insists. The 2 poets leave the quiet and the light behind, and the ground begins to slope, and the air begins to tremble in a new way. Somewhere below, something is howling. At the entrance to the second circle stands the first monster on duty, and he is the intake clerk for all of hell. Minos, in Greek myth, a king of Crete, so famous for justice that the afterlife hired him as a judge. Dante kept the job description and turned the judge into a snarling horror. Minos stands at the head of the descent, grinning hideously, and every soul in hell, remember, wants to confess. The same compulsion that drove them to Charon's boat drives them here. Each shade comes before him and tells everything, every sin, the complete inventory of a lifetime, and Minos, connoisseur of sins as the poem calls him, listens, decides which circle fits, and then delivers the sentence with his body. He has a long tail, and he wraps it around himself, and the number of coils is the number of the circle. 2 loops, second circle. 8 loops, 8th. The soul is flung down to its place, and the next one steps up, And this has been happening continuously since the beginning of the human race, a line that never ends, ever so many standing always before him, each in turn to judgment. Minos pauses mid-coil to warn Dante, watch how you enter and whom you trust. Do not let the width of the entrance fool you. Virgil deploys the formula, willed where what is willed can be done, and we pass the clerk and enter the storm. The second circle is dark, genuinely dark. Dante says the place is mute of all light, and it bellows like the sea in a tempest when opposing winds hit it. This is the circle of the lustful, the carnal sinners who made reason submit to appetite, and their punishment is the purest contrapasso in the poem. In life, they let passion sweep them wherever it went. So now an infernal hurricane that never rests seizes them and sweeps them, whirling, smashing, driving them through the black air with no landing and no pause, forever. When the wind flings them past, Dante hears shrieks, wailing, laments and blasphemy against the divine power. He compares them first to starlings, carried by their wings in wide, dense flocks in the cold season, and then to cranes flying in a long line chanting their sad calls. Souls in bulk, souls as weather. Virgil starts naming individuals as the wind carries them past, and the guest list is deliberately spectacular. The first is Semiramis, legendary empress of Assyria, so broken to sensual vice, the poem says, that she made lust legal in her law to erase her own scandal. Then Dido, queen of Carthage, who killed herself for love of Aeneas, and noticed that Dante could have put her with the suicides 5 circles down and chose mercy instead. She stays here with the lovers. Cleopatra, called simply the luxurious one. Helen, for whom so long a time of evil rolled. Achilles, the great warrior, undone at the end by love. Paris, Tristan, more than 1,000 shades, Virgil naming them one by one, ladies and knights of old. And as the parade of the famous dead goes on, something happens inside Dante that the poem reports honestly. Pity seizes him and he is almost lost, bewildered. These are the heroes of every romance he grew up on, the whole literature of courtly love, blowing past him screaming in a black wind. And then he sees the two who fly together. Among all the thousands being tumbled separately through the gale, one pair moves side by side, light on the wind, apparently inseparable even here, and Dante asks Virgil if he may speak with them. Call them, Virgil says, by the love that carries them, and they will come. So Dante calls out into the storm, O wearied souls, come speak with us, if no one denies it. And they come like doves, wings raised and steady, gliding out of the ranks where Dido flies, crossing the malignant air toward the sound of a kind voice. What follows is the most famous encounter in the entire Divine Comedy, and Dante's original audience did not experience it as literature. They experienced it as a poet putting words into the mouth of a murdered woman their parents had gossiped about at dinner. Her name was Francesca da Polenta, and she was real. Daughter of Guido da Polenta, Lord of Ravenna, born around 1255 into one of those Romagnol dynasties that spent the 13th century at war with their neighbors the way other families keep gardens. Ravenna's particular feud ran against the Malatesta of Rimini, a clan on its way up, ambitious, violent, effective. Around 1275, the two houses decided to seal a peace the standard way, with a bride. Francesca, about 20, would marry the heir of the Malatesta, Giovanni, called Gianciotto, crippled John. A formidable soldier, capable, brave, respected, and lame, or deformed in some way the sources never quite specify beyond the nickname, and the nickname followed him through history like a bell. He also had a younger brother, Paolo, called Il Bello, the Beautiful. Married himself with 2 children, and by every account exactly what the nickname promised. Boccaccio, writing 2 generations later, tells the version everyone remembers, that the Polenta family feared Francesca would refuse the crippled groom, so they sent handsome Paolo to Rimini to conduct the marriage by proxy, standing in for his brother at the ceremony, and nobody told the bride. She saw Paolo, was told, "This is your husband," gave her heart accordingly, and learned the truth the morning after the wedding, waking beside Gianciotto. Whether that story records fact or records what Ravenna needed to believe to make its daughter innocent, no document settles. Proxy weddings were normal. The cruelty of that particular staging, if it happened, was not. Either way, Francesca went to live in Rimini as Gianciotto's wife, bore him a daughter, and at some point in the following years, she and Paolo began. It ended somewhere between 1283 and 1285. Gianciotto was away, or supposed to be away, some accounts say governing a nearby town, and word reached him, a servant's tip in most tellings. He came back. The chronicles agree on the shape of what happened next and argue about the furniture. He caught them together in her bedchamber, and he killed them both with his own hands, sword through both bodies. One later tradition has Paolo scrambling for a trapdoor and catching his clothing on an iron fitting, hanging there as his brother came through the door, and Francesca throwing herself between the sword and her lover, taking the thrust meant for him, so that Gianciotto, having killed his wife by accident in the act of murdering his brother, then finished the job on Paolo. The bodies were buried together, people said. Gianciotto faced no charge, no penalty, nothing. A husband's rights covered it completely. He remarried, fathered more children, prospered, and died in his bed decades later, an honored man. The lovers got a shared grave and a scandal that curdled into a cautionary tale, and that would have been the end of them, 2 names in the gossip of Romagna, except that in Ravenna at the time of the murder there lived the family of a young Florentine poet's future hosts, and the story stuck to Dante and never let go. He was around 18 when they died. He would spend his final years in Ravenna as the guest of Francesca's own nephew, and he put her in the 2nd circle of hell, and then he gave her the most seductive speech in the poem, and 700 years of readers have been arguing about it since. She speaks first, and she is gracious in a way nothing in hell has prepared us for. She thanks Dante for his pity, says that if the king of the universe were her friend, she would pray for his peace, since he has compassion for their perverse ill. Then she tells her story in 3 movements, each beginning with the word love, and the anaphora is doing something sinister that only becomes visible on a second pass. Love, which kindles quickly in a gentle heart, seized this man for the fair body that was taken from me, and the way of it still wounds me. Love, which absolves no one beloved from loving in return, seized me for his beauty so strongly that, as you see, it does not leave me even now. Love brought us to one death. Notice what the grammar is doing. Love did everything. Love seized him. Love seized me. Love killed us. Nowhere in the sentence is there a person who chose anything. She is quoting, almost verbatim, the doctrines of the courtly love poetry Dante himself wrote as a young man. Love as an irresistible force that no gentle heart can refuse, and she is deploying that poetry as her defense counsel. The last line of her first speech drops the sweetness for one beat of pure venom. Caina waits for him who quenched our life. Caina. The first ring of the ninth circle, the ice reserved for those who murder their own kin. Her husband was still alive when Dante wrote this. Gianciotto Malatesta died around 1304. And here is a poem in public circulation announcing his reserved seat at the frozen bottom of hell. Below the murderers, below the heretics, below the tyrants, with the traitors to their own blood. Dante the pilgrim hangs his head so long that Virgil finally asks what he is thinking, and then he asks Francesca the question the whole scene has been building toward. In the time of your sweet sighs, how did love first let you know your dubious desires? And she answers with the lines that made her immortal. No greater sorrow than to remember the happy time in misery, she says, and your teacher knows that well, a glance at Virgil that has kept scholars busy for centuries. But if you want the first root of our love, I will tell it as one who weeps and speaks. One day, for pleasure, we were going through the story of Lancelot, how love constrained him. We were alone, suspecting nothing. Several times the story lifted our eyes to meet and drained the color from our faces, but one point alone defeated us. When we came to how the longed-for smile was kissed by such a lover, this one, who will never be divided from me, kissed my mouth all trembling. The book was our Galeholt, and he who wrote it. That day we went no further in it. Galeholt, if the name is unfamiliar, is the go-between in the Lancelot romance. The friend who arranges the meeting between Lancelot and Guinevere and literally tells the queen to kiss the knight. Francesca is saying the book itself played the pander, the book seduced us. And she is saying it to Dante, a man who wrote love poetry designed to kindle exactly such fires in exactly such hearts, and the accusation lands. While she speaks, Paolo beside her never says one word. Through the whole scene, the entire eternity of it, the beautiful man weeps. That is his role in the poem, wordless crying, forever, an arm's length from the woman he died with. She calls him this one who will never be divided from me, and you can spend a long night deciding whether that is a comfort or the worst sentence in the circle, the two of them welded together in the wind, each an everlasting reminder of what the other cost. Dante the pilgrim does not decide. While one spirit said this, the other wept, and I, for pity, fainted as if I were dying, and fell as a dead body falls. Second, faint of the night. The author put an adulteress in hell, gave her a speech so beautiful that readers have been falling in love with her for 7 centuries, loaded that speech with the language of his own early poetry, and then knocked his narrator unconscious rather than let him comment. Every reader has to be the judge Minos was, alone, with no help from the poet. Some see a damned soul still justifying herself with borrowed verses, blaming a book, blaming love, blaming everything but Francesca, the self-deception itself being the damnation. Others see a woman married off as a treaty clause, possibly by fraud, murdered without trial, by a man the law then patted on the shoulder, and they notice who is screaming in the wind, and who died old and comfortable in Rimini. The poem lets both stand. What it does not let stand is indifference, and maybe that is the design, the first sinners Dante meets in hell proper, and he cannot handle it, and neither, quite, can we. When he comes to, the world has changed around his unconscious body, and it has changed for the worse in every sensory register at once. New torments, new tormented souls. Wherever I move, wherever I turn, wherever I look. He is in the 3rd circle now, the circle of the gluttons, and before anything else, he is in the rain. Eternal rain, cursed, cold and heavy, never changing its rule, never pausing. And this is no clean rain. It comes down as huge hail, filthy water and snow, all of it stinking, pouring through the dark air onto ground that has putrefied under it. The earth itself stinks, the poem records. Everything the gluttons ever swallowed has become the weather, an endless cold vomit falling out of a black sky onto a plain of reeking slush. And lying in that slush, face down, face up, rolling from side to shield one flank and then the other, are the souls, blind, prone, sprawled like drowned things that never quite drown. In life they lifted every pleasure to their mouths. Now they are the ground the garbage falls on, and over them, feeding on them, stands the guard dog, Cerberus, the 3-headed hound of the classical underworld, and Dante makes him disgusting in a way the Greeks never quite did. A cruel and monstrous beast, barking out of 3 throats at once over the submerged crowds, dog-like but wrong, red eyes, a beard greasy and black, a swollen belly, and hands, clawed human hands, with which he seizes the spirits, flays them, and tears them limb from limb. The souls howl under the rain like dogs themselves, and the barking of the monster over the howling of the damned in the hammering of the filthy rain makes a noise Dante says he wished he could deafen himself against. When Cerberus spots the travellers, he opens all 3 mouths, fangs showing in every one, his whole body quivering with appetite, and Virgil handles him with the single most contemptuous gesture in the poem. He bends down, scoops up 2 fistfuls of the stinking mud, and hurls them into the 3 gaping gullets. And it works. The monster who craves is bought off with dirt, and like a starving dog that quiets once it bites its food, straining and fighting only to swallow, the 3 heads fall silent, choking down filth, and the poets walk on over the shades, treading, Dante notes, on their emptiness that seems like bodies. Souls have no flesh here, but they can suffer, and a foot goes through them, and they feel it. Out of the muck, one shade sits up, just one, out of the whole prostrate plain, pushing himself upright as the two poets pass, and he speaks to Dante directly. You who are drawn through this hell, recognize me if you can. You were made before I was unmade. Dante studies the ruined face and cannot place it, and he says so with unusual gentleness. The anguish you endure perhaps takes you from my memory, and asks who he is. The answer comes with a Florentine's bitterness intact. Your city, so full of envy that the sack already overflows, held me in the bright life. Your citizens called me Chiacco. The name means hog or pig, and whether it was his actual name or the nickname the city hung on him, we do not know, and neither, probably, did most of Florence. A famous glutton, prominent enough that everyone in Dante's first audience apparently knew exactly who this was, a fixture of the dinner tables of the rich, and Boccaccio later wrote him into the Decameron as a professional guest. Witty, welcome everywhere, a man who lived by his appetite and his charm. For the sin of the throat, as you see, he says, I am broken under this rain. And I, sad soul, am not alone. All these endure the same penalty for the same fault. And then he stops answering questions about himself because there is something he would rather discuss, and it turns out the dead of Florence follow the news. Dante asks him, and this becomes a ritual of the whole poem, what will happen to our divided city and why it fell apart. Chiacco delivers the first prophecy of the night, and remember the trick of the date. The journey happens in 1300, so everything Chiacco predicts had already happened by the time Dante wrote it down in exile. After long contention they will come to blood, he says, and the party of the woods, the whites, whose leaders came in from the countryside, will drive out the other with much offence. Then within 3 suns the fallen side will rise, the blacks will return, through the power of one who tacks and trims offshore, and that is Boniface, hovering, waiting, steering, and the blacks will hold their heads high a long time, keeping the whites under heavy burdens, however they weep and rage. Dante is hearing the destruction of his own life recited to him by a dead glutton in the rain 2 years before it happens. He asks after the great Florentines of the last generation, the good men, Farinata, Tegiaio, Mosca, and the rest. Where are they? Does heaven sweeten them or hell poison them? Chiacco's answer is a door slamming. They are among the blacker souls, he says. Different sins weigh them toward the bottom. If you descend that far, you can see them yourself. Every name on Dante's list of the admirable dead is somewhere below us tonight, and we will meet several. Then Chiacco is done. He asks one thing: when you are back in the sweet world, recall me to people's memory. And that request, say my name up there, will echo from soul after soul all the way down, the last hunger of the damned, to be remembered as having existed. Then his eyes, which had been fixed on Dante, go crooked, squinting, sliding out of focus. His head drops, and he collapses back down among the other blind ones in the slop. Virgil supplies the epitaph. He will not rise before the angel's trumpet. At the last judgment, every soul here will reclaim its flesh and its form, and hear what thunders through eternity. And Dante asks the natural question, after the judgment, will the punishments be worse? Virgil answers with Aristotle, the more perfect a thing, the more it feels, both pleasure and pain. These souls will get their bodies back, real nerves, real skin, and the rain will feel like more, forever. And the perfected pain is called, without irony, perfection. The road bends downward, and at the bank of the next circle a voice starts clucking. Papa Satan Aleppe. Nobody in 700 years has securely translated it. The thing saying it is Plutus, the guardian of the fourth circle, the ancient god of wealth swollen into a demon, and Dante calls him the great enemy. He inflates with rage at the sight of a living man, and Virgil turns on him with sudden violence. Silence, cursed wolf, eat yourself up inside with your own rage, and invokes the war in heaven. This descent is willed on high, where Michael avenged the proud rebellion, and Plutus dies, in a sense, on the spot. The poem gives him one of its great deflations, as sails swollen with wind fall in a tangled heap when the mast snaps, so the cruel beast fell to the ground. The god of money, all bluster, collapses like laundry the moment real authority speaks. Dante had watched bankers do exactly that. What waits in the fourth circle is the largest crowd yet, and the loudest labor. Here I saw more people than anywhere before, Dante says, on one side and the other, howling, rolling enormous weights by the push of their chests. Two vast mobs, each shoving boulders around the circle in opposite directions, straining chest first against dead weight, like Sisyphus multiplied by 10,000. And where the two processions meet, they crash. They smash into each other, weight against weight, body against body, and then each side wheels its boulder around and pushes back the way it came, screaming across the circle at the other side as they go. Why do you hoard? And why do you squander? Around the circle, collide, scream the question, turn, around again, collide at the far side, forever. This is the circle of avarice and its mirror twin, prodigality, the misers and the wasters, two opposite sins about the same God, money, and Dante chains them together in one punishment, an eternity of pointless heaving toward a crash, because getting and spending were always, in his eyes, the same clenched fist around the same nothing. And the detail that would have made his first audience gasp comes when Dante peers at the hoarder's side and notices the haircuts. These with no hair covering their heads were clerics, Virgil confirms, priests with the tonsure, and popes and cardinals, in whom avarice does its worst. Popes, plural, unnamed, heaving boulders in the fourth circle. And this is only the warm-up. The named popes come later, in a far worse ditch. Dante says, surely I should recognize some of them. And Virgil delivers one of the bleakest lines in the poem. Their undiscerning life that made them filthy now makes them too dark to recognize. Avarice erases the face. They will rise from their graves, he adds, with fists clenched, and the wasters with their hair cropped short, having thrown even that away. Then, unprompted, Virgil gives a small lecture that turns out to be the tenderest theology in the Inferno on the goddess these people wasted their lives fighting. Fortune. Men curse her everywhere, he says, blame her, crucify her name, and she does not hear it. She is a blessed angelic intelligence appointed by God to move the empty goods of the world from nation to nation, family to family, beyond any human wit to prevent, turning her sphere in bliss among the other angels. All the gold under the moon could not buy one moment's rest for a single one of these weary souls, and the wheel keeps turning, and the woman turning, it is happy. The exile who lost his whole fortune to a political spin of that wheel wrote her the kindest portrait in his hell. Down again, across the circle, the poets find a spring of water boiling up, and the water is wrong, darker than purse, a purple black, and they follow the gloomy stream down through a cracked gully until it spreads out into the marsh whose name every Gothic novelist has been borrowing since, the Styx. Fifth circle. And standing in the bog, Dante sees people, muddy people, naked, all of them with torn expressions, and all of them fighting past any brawl out to annihilate. They strike each other with hands, with heads, with chests, with feet, and the line lands like a mallet, tearing each other piecemeal with their teeth. Mouthful by mouthful. This is the punishment of the wrathful, rage given an eternity to do what rage wants, and what rage wants, it turns out, is meat. The circle is a permanent riot in a swamp, every soul both attacker and victim, and nothing ever calls time. But the marsh holds a second population, and you cannot see them. Virgil points at the water itself. Look at the bubbles. The whole surface of the Styx pimples and pops with rising air, and every bubble is a breath. Fixed in the slime beneath the fighters, completely submerged, lie the sullen, the passively wrathful, the ones who never exploded but smouldered, who carried their anger inward and let it rot them, gloomy in the sweet air that the sun gladdens, as the poem has them say, carrying lazy smoke in our hearts. Now they lie sunk in the black mud, and they gurgle a hymn in their throats, the poem's word. They gurgle it because they cannot speak it in full words. An anthem they can never get out, sung into mud forever, marked on the surface only by bubbles. Of all the punishments in the upper hell, this one might be the most claustrophobic, drowning eternally in your own swallowed anger, audible only as swamp gas. A tower looms up at the marsh's edge, and from its top 2 small flames flare, a signal answered by another flame far off across the water, almost too distant to see. Dante barely has time to ask what the lights mean before the answer comes skimming toward them, a small boat moving faster than any arrow, and at the tiller a single boatman already screaming. Now you are caught, wicked soul. Phlegius, this circle's ferryman, and his backstory tells you what he is doing here. In myth he was a king whose daughter Apollo violated, and in his rage he burned Apollo's temple at Delphi, and the god killed him for it. A man who declared war on heaven out of fury, now doomed to taxi the furious across their swamp, and still, evidently, furious. Virgil deflates him with a word. Phlegias, Phlegias, you shout for nothing, you have us only for the crossing. And the boatman swallows his rage like one cheated, and they board. The boat sits deeper in the water with Dante in it, the one hull in hell that has to carry actual weight, an old prow cutting the black marsh lower than it ever cuts for the dead. And midway across, a soul rises out of the mud in front of the boat, filthy, dripping, and grabs hold of the gunwale and looks up at Dante and says, "Who are you, who come before your time?" What happens over the next 30 lines is the ugliest scene in the poem so far, and the ugliness comes from the pilgrim. Dante knows exactly who has hold of his boat, mud and all. "If I come, I do not remain," he answers, "but who are you, made so filthy?" And the soul, evasive, wretched, gives the answer of the anonymous everywhere, "You see that I am one who weeps." And Dante spits on him, verbally, but with force. "In weeping and in sorrow remain, cursed spirit, for I know you, filthy as you are." And the shade lunges, both hands reaching for the boat, for Dante's throat as far as we can tell, and Virgil shoves him off, "Away with you, down with the other dogs." And then, and this is the part that startles people, Virgil turns and embraces Dante, kisses his face, and blesses him for the cruelty. "Indignant soul, blessed is she who bore you." That man in the world was full of arrogance. No goodness adorns his memory, so his shade here is furious. How many up there think themselves great kings, who will lie here like pigs in mire, leaving behind horrible dispraises, and Dante, warming to it, asks for more. "Master, I would dearly love to see him dunked in this broth before we leave the lake," and Virgil promises it. "Before the far shore comes in sight, you will be satisfied. Such a wish deserves granting." And then the marsh grants it. The muddy crowds fall on the man together, screaming his name as they do it, at Filippo Argenti, at him, and the Florentine spirit, in his madness, turns his teeth on his own body and starts biting himself. "We left him there," Dante says, and closes the curtain on a man being eaten by a mob and by himself, while the two poets sail on, satisfied. The name the mob screamed was Filippo Argenti, and the history behind the scene explains its temperature. He was Filippo de Cavicciulli of the Adimari clan, one of the great arrogant houses of Florence, and his nickname, Argenti, silver, supposedly came from his habit of shoeing his horse in silver. Wealth as an insult to everyone on foot. The early commentators pile up the details. A huge man, powerfully built, famously violent, prone to slapping and beating people in the street over nothing. And a black Guelph, of a family of black Guelphs, in fact of the precise faction that profited when Dante fell. One tradition says a brother of Filippo's household got hold of Dante's confiscated property after the exile, sat in the poet's own chairs, and lobbied against every amnesty that might have brought him home. Another story from Boccaccio's circle says Filippo had once slapped Dante across the face in public, an insult a Florentine of that age was expected to avenge, and an exile never could. So look at the scene once more with that in the frame. A man who may have slapped him, whose family took his house, surfaces begging for recognition, and the poet writes himself the revenge that life refused, watches the mob descend, and has the good manners to feel blessed about it. People talk about authors as if they float serenely above their material. This one built a swamp specifically so his enemy could be torn apart in it, and told us he enjoyed the view. While the mob is still howling behind them, a new sound rolls across the water, and Virgil tells Dante to look ahead. The city of Dis is coming into view, and hell is about to change character. Everything so far, the storm, the rain, the bog, has been suburb. Now walls rise out of the marsh, and Dante, seeing the towers glow, calls them mosques, red as if they had come out of fire, and Virgil confirms it. The eternal fire burning inside them keeps them red. Iron walls, a deep moat, and as Phlegias swings the boat around the circuit to the gate, Dante sees the garrison. More than 1,000 demons rain down at the gate, fallen angels, the original rebels, and they are furious in a specific way. Who is this, they scream, who without death goes through the kingdom of the dead? A living body down here is a violation they will not have. Virgil signals that he wants to parley, and they half relent. You come alone, and let that one walk himself back the reckless road he came by, if he can. Alone. Dante confesses to the audience the pure terror of that moment. Think, reader, whether I lost heart hearing those cursed words, believing I would never return. He begs Virgil not to leave him, and Virgil, steadying him, goes forward alone to negotiate, and Dante watches his guide, his guarantee, walk to the gate, watches the demons swarm, and then watches them slam the gate in Virgil's face. And Virgil comes walking back slowly, eyes on the ground, all confidence gone, muttering, "Who has denied me the houses of pain?" He tries to reassure Dante mid-crisis. "Whatever I whisper, do not fear, we will win this contest. Help is already on the way, someone is coming." But the sentence keeps breaking, and the poem lets us watch, for the first time, reason fail. The guide does not have the keys to this door. Nobody human does. Then it gets worse. In the exact way nightmares escalate. On the summit of the red-hot tower, in an instant, 3 shapes stand up, streaked with blood. Female in form, girdled with hydras of the brightest green, with small serpents and horned snakes for hair, binding their savage temples. The Furies. Megara on the left, Alecto weeping on the right, Tisiphone between, and Virgil, who has met them before, in his own poem no less, names them in a voice you can hear tightening. And the 3 of them begin to tear themselves. Each was rending her own breast with her nails, the poem says, beating themselves with their palms, and shrieking so loudly that Dante presses against his guide in open fear. Then they look down at the living man, and they call for the specialist. "Let Medusa come," they scream together, "and we will turn him to stone." And Virgil does something no one has needed to do yet in this journey. "Turn around," he says, "and keep your eyes shut, for if the Gorgon shows herself and you should see her, all return above would be lost forever." And then, not trusting Dante's obedience with stakes like these, Virgil spins him around bodily and claps his own hands over Dante's closed eyes, a second blindfold of borrowed fingers. One glance, and the journey ends here. a statue of a Florentine standing in the mud outside Dis until the end of time. What breaks the siege arrives like weather. Across the filthy water comes a crashing sound, a fracas full of terror, and both banks of the marsh begin to shake. And Dante, eyes now open and straining across the fen, sees the frogs first. That is the image the poem chooses, as frogs scatter through the water before their enemy the snake, until each squats on the bottom, so he sees more than 1,000 ruined souls fleeing before one figure who walks across the Styx with dry feet, waving the thick air away from his face with his left hand, and only that annoyance seems to weary him. An angel, though the poem calls him only one sent from heaven, full of disdain. He comes to the gate and touches it with a little wand, a vergetta, a twig, and it simply opens. No battle. The garrison of 1,000 demons has evaporated, and the messenger delivers to the empty air as much as anyone, a short speech of contempt. Outcasts of heaven, despised race, why do you kick against a will that cannot be balked and that has increased your pain more than once? What use is butting against the fates? Your Cerberus still wears the scars of it on his chin and throat, a reference to Hercules dragging the hound out on a chain, and then he turns and walks back across the marsh without one word to the two poets, without a glance, like a man with better things on his mind, and they walk through the open gate into the city of Dis unopposed. Inside the walls, the sixth circle spreads out as a landscape you have seen if you have ever walked an old cemetery, and then twisted. A great plain, full of sorrow and evil torment, covered in every direction with tombs. Sepulchres making all the ground uneven, Dante says, like the ancient graveyards at Ars, sarcophagi crowding to every horizon. Except that among these tombs, flames are scattered, fires burning between and beneath the graves, heating every sarcophagus until the stone glows hotter, the poem specifies, than any craftsman's art requires iron to be. And every lid stands open, propped up, ajar, and from inside the glowing boxes come laments so grievous they can only belong, Dante says, to the wretched and the wounded. People are in the tombs, burning, in ovens shaped like their own graves, lids raised just enough to let the sound out. These are the heretics, Virgil explains. Arch-heretics of every sect with all their followers, like buried with like, packed into shared tombs by doctrine, some graves hotter than others depending on the era. The particular tenets of the neighborhood the poets walk through are the Epicureans, the followers of Epicurus, who make the soul die with the body. And the machine of the punishment clicks into place with that phrase. These people taught that death is the end, that nothing survives, that the grave is simply a full stop, so they get graves that never stop. An eternity of tomb, conscious, on fire, the one afterlife they insisted did not exist, custom built around each of them. And on the last day, Virgil adds, when every other soul rises to judgment, these lids will close. The tombs will be sealed with their tenants inside forever, and the people who said the grave is final will finally, permanently, be right. Dante asks whether the people in the tombs can be seen, since the lids are up and no guards stand watch, and he is fishing, and Virgil knows it, and answers the question underneath the question. They can be seen, and the wish you are hiding from me will be satisfied soon. Dante wants to find someone, a specific Florentine, in this specific circle, and before Virgil finishes speaking, a voice comes up out of one of the burning boxes, and it knows Dante's accent. "O Tuscan," the voice says, "you who go alive through the city of fire speaking so decently, may it please you to stop in this place. Your speech shows you a native of that noble fatherland to which perhaps I was too harmful." Dante jumps, actually presses toward Virgil in fright, and Virgil pushes him back the other way. "Turn around. What are you doing? Look, that is Farinata who has risen. From the waist up you will see all of him." And out of the glowing sarcophagus a torso has emerged, upright, chest and forehead lifted, and the poem hangs a description on him that has become proverbial in Italian, "come avesse l'inferno a gran dispetto," as if he held hell itself in great contempt. A man standing up in his own burning coffin, on fire below the waist, unbothered, scanning the visitor like a magistrate. This is Farinata degli Uberti, and for Dante's first audience the name detonated. This is the most feared Florentine of the entire previous century, the man whose battle their grandfathers survived or did not. The history, and I promised you Monteperti, so here it is. The Uberti were the spine of the Ghibelline party in Florence, the imperial faction, ancient, proud, and Farinata became their head around 1239. Politics in the city ran through cycles of expulsion, and in 1258 the Guelphs came out on top and threw the Uberti and their allies out of Florence altogether. The exiles landed in Siena, Florence's rival, and began organizing, and Farinata negotiated German heavy cavalry out of Manfred, King of Sicily, the brilliant bastard son of Emperor Frederick II. In September of 1260, a Florentine Guelph army marched on Siena to finish the Ghibellines off. The armies met at Monteperti, a hill by a stream called the Arbia, on the 4th of September, and what happened there stood for 2 centuries as the bloodiest single day of battle in medieval Italy. The chronicles put the Guelph dead around 10,000, with 15,000 taken prisoner, numbers medieval writers inflate freely. But the scale of the catastrophe is not in doubt. Florence's field army was wiped out in an afternoon, and treachery cut the throat of it, right at the crisis of the fighting. A Ghibelline sympathizer hidden inside the Florentine ranks turned on the man beside him, and we will meet that man personally, frozen to the neck, in the 9th circle, so I will save the details for the ice. What the survivors remembered was the color of the stream. Dante wrote it as the slaughter and the great butchery that dyed the Arbia red, and he did not invent the image. That was how Florence spoke of it. An entire generation of the city's men went into the ground at that hill, and the man in the burning coffin in front of Dante commanded the side that put them there. And then, 1 year later, the same man saved Florence, and Dante knew that too. After Monteperti, the victorious Ghibelline League met at Empoli to decide what to do with the beaten city, and the assembly voted to solve the Guelph problem permanently, raze Florence, level it, salt the ground, erase the city from the map of Tuscany. Every delegation agreed. One man stood up against the entire Congress, Farinata, who told them, in the account that came down to Dante, that he had endured every hardship of exile and war for one reason only: to live in his own city, and that if Florence were to be destroyed, he would defend it with his own sword, alone if necessary, against everyone in the room. He faced down the whole victorious alliance, and the vote collapsed, and Florence stood. So the man in the tomb carries both titles at once, butcher of the city and its sole saviour, and every Florentine hearing this canto held both facts in mind, and hated him, and owed him everything. The conversation in the graveyard is a duel, and it is conducted with a coldness that makes it one of the strangest scenes in the poem. Farinata asks, "Who were your ancestors?" Straight to pedigree, the first question of a Florentine aristocrat. Dante tells him, and the old man raises his brows a little and says, "Fiercely adverse to me were they, and to my fathers and my party, so that twice over I scattered them. Twice I threw your family out of Florence, boy." And Dante, to his credit or his damnation, gives it straight back. If they were driven out, they returned both times from every direction, an art which yours have not yet learned properly. Your family, Farinata, is still banned. That was true and stayed true. The Uberti were excluded by name from every amnesty Florence ever issued. Their palaces were torn down and the ground left as a public square. The same square where the city's government sits today, built deliberately on the erasure of that one family. And the exchange between the two exiles, one current, one eternal, stops dead there, because the lid of the tomb moves and a second figure rises. This one comes up only to the chin. A shade kneeling inside the same burning box, an old man's face, and it looks around Dante, past him, searching the air at his side for someone else, and finding no one, it breaks. Weeping, the old man asks, "If you go through this blind prison by height of genius, where is my son, and why is he not with you? High genius, going through hell, a young Florentine. The father can only mean one companion." This is Cavalcante de Cavalcanti, and his son is Guido, Dante's best friend, the first of my friends, the poet whose banishment Dante signed in his term as prior, the banishment into the malarial swamp. And Dante answers with a sentence built like a trap, "I come not of myself, he who waits there guides me through, one whom perhaps your Guido held in disdain, held, past tense, and the father seizes on the grammar like a drowning man. What did you say? He held. Does he not live still? Does the sweet light not strike his eyes?" And Dante hesitates. Just a beat, a delay in answering, and the old man, watching that pause, does the desperate math of it, falls backward into the burning tomb, and does not come out again. He has concluded, from one hesitating silence, that his son is dead. And the pitch-black joke of the scene is that Guido was alive in April of 1300, the date of the journey. He had 4 more months. He died that August, of the exile Dante helped decree. The poem's readers knew it. Dante, writing the scene, knew it. Only the weeping father in the tomb and the fumbling pilgrim in the graveyard do not know it yet. And the audience watches 2 ignorant men grieve across a misunderstanding, with the real death hanging 4 months out, growing. Farinata has not moved through any of this. His neighbor's collapse, the weeping, the fresh grief burning an arm's length away, none of it reaches his face. The poem insists he did not change his aspect, nor bend his neck, nor turn his side. He simply resumes the previous conversation at the exact syllable where it broke. And if my party learned that art of returning badly, he says, that torments me more than this bed. Politics over the burning bed, politics over the man sobbing beside him, politics, in the end, over hell. But before Dante leaves, the old commander explains something, and here the scene deepens once more. The dead, he says, see the future dimly, like people with bad light who make out distant things but lose them as they approach. They know nothing of the present. News of the living world reaches them only through arrivals, and when the future closes at the last judgment, and time ends, they will know nothing at all, memory and foresight both extinguished, an eternity of burning with a mind gone completely dark. So Cavalcante, Dante realizes with horror, genuinely could not know whether his son lives now, only what is coming, distantly, and Dante, mortified, leaves a message. Tell the fallen one his son is still joined to the living. I only delayed because I did not yet understand how you see. Whether the message ever helped, the poem does not say. Farinata, for his part, uses the prophetic sight for one last thrust, delivered evenly, without malice, almost as a professional courtesy from one exile to the next. You will learn, he says, before 50 months have filled the moon's face, how heavy that art of returning is. 50 moons from April 1300 lands in the summer of 1304, when the last armed attempt of the white exiles to force their way back into Florence fell apart in blood. And after it, no road home existed at all. Farinata, burning in his box for eternity, spends his scene teaching Dante that they are the same man, and by the time Dante wrote it, he knew the old Ghibelline had been right. One more grim footnote on Farinata before we leave the graveyard, and the footnote outdoes the poem. Everything in this circle deals with heresy, and the historical Farinata, a real suspected Epicurean in life, was actually tried for it. In 1283, a Franciscan inquisitor formally prosecuted Farinata degli Uberti for heresy. The man had been dead for 19 years. They convicted his corpse. His remains were dug up and thrown out of consecrated ground, his ashes scattered, whatever property still traced to him confiscated, and his wife condemned alongside him, posthumously as well. Florence would not let the man rot in peace, and Dante, hearing all this as a boy of 18, grew up and wrote the scene you have just heard, in which the desecrated heretic stands up in his grave, on fire, unbroken, holding hell in contempt. Make of that whatever you like. I know what I make of it. Out of the graveyard, along the wall, the poets reach the inner rim, where the sixth circle drops away into the seventh, and the stench rises to meet them. A horrible excess of stink, the poem says, breathing up from the abyss below, so foul that the travellers have to shelter behind the lid of a great tomb and wait, acclimating themselves to the smell of deep hell the way you wait out nausea. The tomb they hide behind has an inscription. It holds a pope, Anastasius, filed under heresy, and Virgil passes the waiting time productively, laying out, in the stink, the map of everything below, the three remaining circles: violence, fraud, treachery, the whole moral geometry of the pit. And I have already given you that map, so down the broken cliff we go, where something is waiting on the rocks that was born from a woman and a bull. The way down into the seventh circle is a landslide. An alpine ruin, Dante compares it to a real one, the shattered rock slide south of Trento, a mountainside that had collapsed into the river Adige. And on the broken rocks at the top of the scree lies the infamy of Crete. The Minotaur, conceived as every medieval schoolboy knew in the false cow, the wooden cow Queen Pasiphae had built so she could mate with a bull, and Dante makes him the doorman of the circle of violence for the plainest of reasons. The creature is violence, born of an act against nature, fed on Athenian youths in the dark of the labyrinth, a thing made entirely of appetite and rage. When he sees the two poets, he bites himself. That is his whole introduction. Seeing them, he gnaws his own flesh like one whom anger devours inside. Virgil taunts him with the memory of his death. Perhaps you believe the Duke of Athens is here, the one who dealt you death up in the world. Get away, beast. And the taunt works too well. The Minotaur erupts, bucking and plunging like a bull that has taken the death blow and breaks its halter, unable to run straight, staggering in blind lunges. And Virgil shouts, "Run now," while his fury blinds him, and the two of them scramble down the moving scree past a monster mid-seizure, the loose stones shifting under Dante's living weight, a detail the poem keeps noticing. The rocks move under him because he, alone in hell, weighs something. At the bottom of the slide, the first ring of the seventh circle bends away in a great arc, and it is a river. Dante names it the Phlegethon, and it is a river of blood, boiling blood. A broad channel of it, curving around the whole circle, steam rising off the surface, and in the blood people, sunk to different depths, and the depth is the sentence. This is the ring of the violent against their neighbors, the murderers and the tyrants, and each soul stands or floats in the boiling river at the level of the harm they did. The tyrants, who put their hands to blood and plunder, as Virgil says, are into the eyebrows, whole reigns of slaughter converted into total immersion, only the hair breaking the surface of the boil. Plain murderers stand in it to the throat, lesser dealers in violence to the waist, to the knees, and at the shallow edge of the ford, the least of them scald only their feet. An entire moral hierarchy expressed as a depth gauge in a liquid that cooks. And patrolling the bank, keeping everyone at their proper depth, run the centaurs. Thousands of them, the poem reports, armed with bows and arrows, galloping the shoreline in files exactly as they hunted in the living world, and their job is marksmanship. Any soul that lifts itself out of the blood further than its sin allows takes an arrow. Rise from the eyebrow depth to breathe, an arrow. Wade toward the shallows, an arrow. Eternal boiling supervised by eternal archery. And the poem lets us watch the guards notice the travelers. 3 centaurs peel off the squadron and trot over, arrows already knocked, and one shouts from range, "To what torment do you come? Tell me from there, or I draw." The 3 are named, and the names carry weight. Nessus, the centaur who tried to carry off Hercules' wife and died for it, and whose poisoned blood eventually killed Hercules himself. Dante glosses him as the one who died for the fair Deianira and made of himself his own vengeance, and Pholus, full of rage, and between them, chest bent down over his own breast. The great Chiron, the one civilized centaur of all mythology, tutor of Achilles, tutor of Asclepius the healer, the wisest creature of the old stories, now a warden on a blood river. Chiron notices before anyone speaks what the demons at Dis noticed. He pushes his beard aside with the notch of an arrow, an image so precise you can see the fletching against the grey whiskers, and says to the others, "Have you observed that the one behind moves what he touches? The feet of the dead do not do that. The living man displaces gravel. In the whole 7th circle, the only thing that leaves footprints is the tourist." Virgil negotiates passage, and Chiron details Nessus to carry Dante over the ford on his broad back and to keep the other souls off, so the pilgrim crosses the river of blood mounted on the crupper of a mythological murderer, and as they ride the shallows, Nessus conducts a tour of the deep end. "That brow you see sunk to the hairline," he says, "is Alexander, and beside him fierce Dionysius, tyrant of Sicily, who gave Sicily its years of pain, which Alexander has been argued over forever, the Great One or a minor butcher from Thessaly. And the ambiguity may be the point. At eyebrow depth in boiling blood, greatness and obscurity look identical. That black head, Azzolino, Ezzolino da Romano, the tyrant of the March of Treviso, a name that made northern Italians flinch for a century. A man credited with cruelties so systematic that chroniclers called him a son of the devil outright. Mass blindings, mass burnings, the prisons full to the ceiling. That fair-haired one, Obizzo d'Este, Marquis of Ferrara, smothered, the poem notes in passing, by his own stepson up in the world, and Dante lets the little patricide drop like loose change and rides on. Further along, at the shallower depths, Nessus points out a shade standing alone, apart, and says only that one cleft in God's bosom, the heart that still drips blood upon the Thames. Guy de Montfort, and the reference his audience caught instantly in 1271 in a church in Viterbo at the moment of the elevation of the host, the holiest instant of the Mass. Guy de Montfort walked up the aisle and stabbed his cousin Henry of Almaine to death at the altar, revenge for his father's corpse having been mutilated after an English battle, and then, as the congregation stood frozen, he dragged the body out of the church by the hair. The murdered man's heart, the story ran, was sealed in a casket and set up on a pillar on London Bridge, above the Thames, still dripping, unavenged. One line in the poem, an entire atrocity behind it, and that is how this whole ring works. Every head in the blood is a filed case. The blood shallows as the ring curves. Nessus sets Dante down on the far bank, mentions with a guide's blandness that on the other side of the circuit, the river deepens back down to where the tyrants groan, singling out for the bottom. Attila, the scourge of the earth, and Pyrrhus, and Sextus Pompey the pirate, and two Italian highwaymen both named Rinier, road robbers, whose eternal milking of tears the boiling loosens, and then he turns and splashes back across the ford alone. And the two poets walk forward into the second ring of the seventh circle, and the landscape does something that no landscape has done yet. It closes over them. They enter a wood. No path marks it. A forest with no green anywhere, every leaf dark, every branch knotted and warped. No fruit, only thorns, poison thorns. Growth so dense and so wrong that Dante says the wild country between the coast and the Maremma marshes, the roughest wasteland he knew, holds nothing so harsh. And nesting in the branches, he can hear them before he sees them, are the harpies, the bird women who drove the Trojans from the Straphades with prophecies of woe, wide wings, human necks and faces, clawed feet, great feathered bellies, sitting in the strange trees crying their laments. From everywhere in the wood come wails, human wailing, grief on all sides, and no people, not one. Dante turns in circles, hearing sorrow pour out of empty thickets, and he suspects, the poem says, that crowds are hiding behind the trunks, and Virgil, who knows exactly what this place is, does something almost cruel in its pedagogy. He does not explain. He says, "Break off any little branch, and the thought you have will break off with it." So Dante reaches out to a great thorn bush and snaps off one small twig. And the trunk cries out, "Why do you tear me?" Blood wells up around the break, dark blood, welling and dripping down the bark, and the trunk cries out a second time, "Why do you rip me? Have you no spirit of pity at all? Men we were, and now we are turned to stumps. Your hand ought to have been more merciful had we been souls of serpents." And then the poem produces one of its most horrible physical images. As a green log burning at one end drips sap from the other and hisses with the wind escaping, so from that broken splinter came out words and blood together. Blood and language from the same wound, the voice sputtering through the bleeding break the way steam sputters from wet firewood. Dante drops the twig on the spot and stands there, the poem admits, like a man terrified, and Virgil apologizes to the tree. If he could have believed it without doing it, he says, "Wounded soul, I would not have let him hurt you, but the thing could not be believed. Tell him who you were, so he can refresh your fame up in the world as amends." And the tree, mollified by the one bribe that works on the dead, begins to speak through its own wound, and the voice belongs to one of the most spectacular ruins of the century. This is the second ring, the wood of the suicides, and every tree in the endless forest is a person who took their own life, and the one bleeding in front of Dante was once the second most powerful man in Europe. "I am he," the tree says, "who held both keys of Frederick's heart and turned them, locking and unlocking, so softly that I kept nearly every other man from his secrets. His name was Pierre del Vigne, Peter of the Vineyard, and the arc of his life runs like something a moralist invented, except every stage of it is documented. Born poor in Capua around 1190, so poor that one tradition has him begging his way through his studies at Bologna. Brilliant though, ferociously, one of the great Latin stylists of the age, and around 1220 he caught the attention of the most extraordinary employer in Europe, the Emperor Frederick II, Stupor Mundi, the wonder of the world. The Sicilian emperor who spoke 6 languages, kept a menagerie and a harem, wrote a treatise on falconry that scientists still respect, and fought the papacy to a standstill for decades. Pierre rose through his chancery like heat. Judge, then chief of the imperial court, then by the 1240s, effectively chancellor, the emperor's voice, drafting the laws, writing the propaganda, running the correspondence of an empire that stretched from Sicily to Germany. The 2 keys he speaks of in the poem were contemporary praise. An archbishop had used the image about him while he lived, he of the keys, who opens and no man shuts. For nearly 30 years, nothing reached Frederick except through Pierre, and nothing left him either. He held, as he tells Dante from inside the tree, so much fidelity to the glorious office that he lost sleep over it, and then he lost his pulse. His phrase, "I lost sleep and pulses." The job consumed his nights and then his heartbeat. And then, in 1249, the fall, and the fall was total and remains unexplained. Frederick had him arrested at Cremona. The charge that circulated was treason, conspiracy with the emperor's mortal enemy the Pope, possibly a poisoning plot. The sources contradict each other, and Pierre in the poem gives his own explanation. The harlot that never turned her whorish eyes from Caesar's household, envy, the common death and vice of courts, inflamed every mind against me, and the inflamed ones so inflamed Augustus that my glad honours turned to dismal mournings. Court envy, whispering to a paranoid aging emperor until the whisper became a verdict. Whether anything real lay under it, whether the chancellor skimmed money, whether he genuinely trafficked with the Pope, 7 centuries of digging have never settled, and Frederick, who burned heretics on suspicion, was not a man who waited for proof. What happened next is not disputed. Pierre de Vigne was paraded in chains through the cities he had governed, and he was blinded. His eyes were put out, the tradition says, with hot irons. Some accounts say at Pontremoli, others San Miniato, and the blinded old man, the greatest legal mind of the empire, was thrown in a cell to await whatever came next, execution or exhibition. He chose neither. In the spring of 1249, at San Miniato in Tuscany, Pierre de Vigne killed himself, and the account that came down to Dante's generation says he did it with the only tool left to a man in an empty cell, the wall. He ran his head against the stone until his skull gave way. Other versions have him leaping from a window as the emperor rode past below, dying at Frederick's feet as a last address to the court. Blind in the dark, a man whose entire existence had been words, ending himself in the one wordless way available. Then the defense, spoken through the bleeding branch. "My mind," he says, in a disdainful temper, believing by dying to escape disdain, made me unjust against my just self, made me unjust against myself. He accepts the sentence of hell, the suicide. the injustice of raising a hand against his own innocent body, and in the same breath he swears the other oath, by the new roots of this tree, by the very wood he has become, I never broke faith with my Lord, who was so worthy of honor. Never, he begs Dante, if either of you return to the world, comfort my memory, which still lies prone under the blow that envy gave it. Clear my name, a dead man in hell, punished, transformed, accepting his damnation, and still, first and last, a loyal servant petitioning for his reputation, and Dante, who believed him, wrote the petition into the most famous poem in the world, where it has been recited aloud for 700 years. As posthumous appeals go, no one has ever done better. Virgil gently asks the questions Dante is too shaken to ask, and the tree explains the mechanics of this forest, and the mechanics are worse than the forest. When the fierce soul leaves the body it tore itself from, Pierre says, Minos sends it to the seventh mouth, and it falls into the wood. No place chosen for it, wherever fortune flings it, and there it sprouts, like a grain of spelt, a random seed, germinating where it lands, growing into a sapling, then a wild tree, and then the harpies come, feeding on its leaves, and every leaf they tear makes pain, and makes a window for the pain. The bird women eat the trees, and the wounds they leave are the only mouths the trees have. A suicide in this wood can only speak while being injured. Silence or mutilation, those are the choices, forever. Then Pierre delivers the final rule, the one that separates this ring from everything else in hell. On the last day, he says, we too will come for our remains like everyone else. We will drag our bodies back here, but we will not wear them again. It is not just that a man have back what he takes from himself. Alone among all the dead, the suicides will be refused resurrection into their own flesh. Instead, each retrieved corpse will be hung in this wood on the thorns of its own shadow tree, and there it will dangle forever, each soul rooted in the ground staring up at the body it threw away, swinging in its branches. A forest of the self-slain, decorated with themselves. Before the poets can absorb that, the wood explodes. A crashing comes through the trees like a boar hunt breaking toward a stand, branches snapping, and two naked men burst past, torn, bleeding, running for their lives. And behind them the hunt itself, the forest full, the poem says, of black bitches, ravenous, running like greyhounds slipped off the chain. These are the profligates, the violent squanderers, filed in this ring beside the suicides on the logic that a man who annihilates his fortune, his household, his whole substance for the pleasure of destruction, has laid violent hands on his own life by other means, and their contrapasso is the oldest terror in the world, being hunted. The first runner, a Sienese named Lano, sprints clear. The second, a Paduan, Jacopo da Santo Andrea, a man whose recorded exploits include burning down his own farmhouses for entertainment and throwing his money into a river to watch it sink, flags, and tries to hide, throwing himself into a bush. It does not help. The dogs are on him in a moment, and the poem does not cut away. They set their teeth in him and tore him apart piece by piece, then carried off those suffering limbs, dismembered and distributed, and the limbs still suffering as they are carried, mouths full of living meat trotting off between the trees. And when the hunt passes, the bush he hid in is shredded too, and it is weeping, blood from every broken stem. It was a person, an anonymous Florentine suicide, wrecked collateral in another man's eternal dismemberment, and he gets the last speech in the wood, gathering his own scattered leaves around the foot of his trunk, asking the poets to pile them back, and identifying himself only by his city and his end. I made myself a gibbet of my own house. He hanged himself at home. No name. Some of Dante's early readers thought no name was needed because in those years Florence was full of men who had done exactly that, and any family could claim him or recognize him or both. Past the wood, the third ring opens out and the trees stop at a border as sharp as a scar because nothing grows where we are going now. A plain of sand, dry and dense, stretching to the inner edge of the circle, and Dante compares it to the deserts of Libya. And on this sand, fire is falling, and the poem is particular about the manner of it. Broad flakes of fire drift down over all the great sand, slowly, like snow falling in the mountains on a windless day. Dilated flakes settling in silence, and where each flake lands, the sand ignites like tinder under the striker, so the ground burns from below while the air burns down from above, a doubled fire, and in it, the poem counts 3 postures. Some souls lie flat on their backs, face up into the falling flames. Some sit hunched, crouched tight, and some walk continuously, without ever stopping, an enormous shuffling migration going nowhere. 3 sins against God share this ring, and the postures sought them, the blasphemers, violent against God directly, lie supine, forced to face forever the heaven they insulted. The usurers, violent against God's grandchild as the poem calls human industry, crouch at the sand's edge. And the sodomites, filed by the medieval scheme as violent against nature, walk without rest. Everyone burns. The hands never stop, Dante says, watching the walkers, beating away the fresh flames from their own bodies. Here, there, a wretched dance of the hands with no music and no end. One figure among the supine catches the eye immediately, a great one. The poem records, who lies twisted and scornful of the fire, seeming softened not at all by the rain of it, and as soon as this giant notices he is being discussed, he introduces himself with a roar. What I was living, that am I dead? This is Capaneus, one of the 7 kings who besieged ancient Thebes, who stood on the scaling ladder at the top of the wall, and bellowed that not even Jupiter could stop him now, and Jupiter, taking the invitation, dropped a thunderbolt on him mid-boast. And here he lies, some 20 centuries later by the poem's reckoning, still at it. Let Jove weary out his smith, he shouts into the fire. Let him wear out every forge in Etna, hurling bolts at me with all his strength. He shall not have the joy of my submission. Virgil turns on him with a violence of tone he has spared for no monster so far. O Capaneus, in that your pride remains unquenched, you are punished the more. No torture but your own raging would be pain enough to match your fury. Chew on that construction a moment. The man's real punishment is his own personality, fully preserved. The fire is set dressing. Capaneus lies on his back in hell, insulting a god who is not even the right god. eternally mid-tantrum, eternally struck down, eternally unhumbled, and the poem walks away from him and leaves him yelling, which might be the coldest thing it could do. They follow the one safe path through the burning, the stone margin of a stream that crosses the sand, and the stream is the blood of the phlegethon again, ducted across this ring in a channel whose banks quench the flakes above them, steam killing fire. And along that margin, out of the walking crowds, a shade catches up to them, peers up at Dante through the scorched air, and takes hold of the hem of his garment, and says, "Qual maraviglia, what a marvel!" And Dante, staring down at the burned face, cooked, the poem says, the baked features, finds he knows it, and the recognition cracks him open, and he answers with a question that has broken readers' hearts for centuries. Siete voi qui, Ser Brunetto? Are you here, Ser Brunetto? You, of all people. Here. Brunetto Latini was, for Florence, roughly what a founding intellectual is for a young country. Notary, statesman, philosopher, ambassador, one of the men who taught the Florentine Republic how to speak. Exiled after Monteperti, he had spent his banishment in France writing an encyclopedia of all knowledge, the Tresor in French, and a shorter Italian version in verse, and when the Guelphs retook the city, he came home and spent decades as its elder statesman, dying in 1294 when Dante was 29. The chronicler Villani wrote that Brunetto was the beginner and master in refining the Florentines, in teaching them to speak well and to guide the Republic. What he was to Dante personally, the scene itself tells you. No document ever calls him Dante's teacher in any formal sense, and the poem does not need one. Dante addresses him as Ser, with the honorific, and with voi, the plural of respect he grants to almost no one in all of hell, and he tells the burned man to his face, "In my memory is fixed the dear, kind, paternal image of you, when in the world, hour by hour, you taught me how man makes himself eternal, hour by hour." Whatever the relationship was on paper, it was that. And so the conversation that follows is one of the tenderest in the poem, conducted under falling fire, with a rule of the ring turning the whole thing grotesque, because Brunetto cannot stop walking. The sodomite's sentence forbids them one moment of stillness. Any of this herd who halts even an instant, Brunetto explains, must lie 100 years unable to fend the fire from himself. So the old man walks, and Dante cannot step down onto the burning sand to walk beside him. So he walks the raised stone margin alongside, head bent, the poem insists, like a man walking in reverence, the student on the safe path above, the master trudging the fire below, matched in pace, talking. Brunetto asks his fortune, and Dante tells him, and Brunetto delivers a prophecy of the exile in the warmest terms anyone in hell will use. If you follow your star, you cannot fail of a glorious port. And then, with an old politician's venom, he turns to what Florence will do to his student anyway. That ungrateful, malignant people, he calls them, descended from the ancient quarrymen of Fiesole, retaining the mountain and the rock in them, blind since the old days, avaricious, envious, proud. They will make themselves your enemy for your good deeds, and the phrase he lands on has stuck to every exile since. Both parties will hunger for you, but the grass shall be far from the goat. They will want to devour you, and they will not reach you. Let the beasts of Fiesole make litter of themselves, he says, and not touch the plant in which the holy seed of the old Romans lives again. Then the fame plea, the same last hunger as all the others, only warmer. Let my tesoro be commended to you, the book in which I still live, and I ask nothing more. Nothing in the scene, notice, mocks him. Nothing in it explains him either. The poem never tells us how Brunetto came to be in this ring. No confession, no anecdote, nothing in the historical record confirms anything, and readers have spent 7 centuries arguing about the placement, some taking it at face value, some seeing a judgment on other kinds of unnaturalness, a teacher's misdirected legacies, and the arguments fill libraries. What stands beyond argument is the ending Dante wrote for him, and it may be the single most humane image in the Inferno. Brunetto sees a new group approaching with whom he is forbidden to mingle, and must run to rejoin his own, and Dante watches his teacher go, and describes it so. Then he turned back, and seemed like one of those who race for the green cloth at Verona through the open field, and of them he seemed the one who wins, and not the one who loses. The green cloth was the prize of an annual foot race at Verona, run naked, and here is an old scholar, damned, burned, sprinting across ignited sand under a rain of fire to resume his eternal punishment, and the last thing the poem lets us see is a champion crossing a finish line. He seemed the one who wins. Dante could not save him and would not pardon him, and gave him victory in the only currency a poet controls. The usurers get a briefer, uglier visit, and the contrast feels deliberate. At the inner edge of the sand, near the drop, Dante finds them crouched, huddled like dogs in summer snapping at flies, hands flickering without pause against the flakes from above and the burning ground below, and he recognizes not one face. Instead, each of them wears a purse hung from his neck, painted with a coat of arms, and their eyes feast on the purses, the poem says, gaze locked on the money bags, even now. The great banking families of Florence and Padua, reduced to livestock identifiable only by branding, an azure lion on gold, a white goose on red, a blue sow on white, and Dante, a man whose own city invented much of European banking, walks the line of crouching moneylenders like a man inspecting kennels. One of them jeers at him, promises that a living neighbor of his will soon join them, sow crest and all, and then twists his mouth and sticks out his tongue, like an ox licking its nose, and that is the image the poem exits on, finance as a cow's tongue in a burned face. Dante takes the point and leaves. Getting down to the 8th circle requires the strangest taxi ride in literature, and the poem stages it as a dare between author and audience. Virgil takes a cord that Dante wears knotted around his waist, a detail never mentioned before and never fully explained after, and flings it over the cliff edge into the murk, and something answers the signal. It comes swimming up through the black air, the poem reports, as a diver comes up who has gone down to free an anchor, arms working, a shape ascending through darkness as through water. And Dante swears to us it happened, and in the swearing invents a phrase writers have stolen ever since. I saw it, and by the notes of this comedy I swear it. So may they not fail of lasting favour, a thing to make any steadfast heart marvel. And then we see it, the face of a just man, gracious, benign, honest, the face of someone you would trust with your accounts. And behind the trustworthy face, the body of a serpent, 2 paws hairy to the armpits, back and breast and flanks painted with knots and little wheels. More colors, Dante says, than any Turkish or Tartar weaver ever wove, and at the end of it all, arching up over the dark, a scorpion's tail, the point venomed and armed. This is Geryon, the image, the poem announces, of fraud itself, the beast with the honest face, the gorgeous patterned body of distraction, and the sting at the end you never see until you are aboard. And aboard is exactly where they are going. Virgil seats himself on the monster's shoulders and orders Dante on in front of him, placing his own body between the pilgrim and the tail, a bodyguard's geometry that Dante only appreciates later, and Dante, trying to ask for help, finds his voice will not come. Comme si convient, the trembling reaches his voice before his tongue does, and he grips the beast's hide and manages nothing. Geryon backs off the ledge like a boat backing out of its berth, turns, and begins the descent, an enormous slow spiral down through the void of the 8th circle's chasm, wheeling and sinking, and Dante, clinging to the painted shoulders, tells us the only things his senses could find in that dark, the wind on his face from below, the wind on his face from the wheeling, and rising up from the deep, the roar of the waterfall of blood plunging down the cliff beside them, and then, faintly, fires below, and lamentation, and he cowers, all shrunk up, seeing at last the descending circles of fire, and hearing the crying grow. The poem reaches for the 2 great aviation disasters of mythology to describe his fear, Phaethon losing the reins of the sun, Icarus feeling the wax let go of his wings, and his father screaming to him, "Mala via tieni, you are on a bad course." And then Geryon levels off, sets them down at the base of the jagged rock, unburdened, and vanishes, the poem says, like an arrow leaving the string. Even the monster is glad to be rid of the weight of a living conscience. And so we arrive at the 8th circle, where the whole character of the poem shifts and stays shifted for 10 cantos. The place is called Malabolge, a name Dante coined, the evil pouches or the evil ditches, and the design is pure engineering, a vast sloping plain of iron-grey stone ringed by the cliff we just descended, funneling down toward a central well, and cut into that plain, 10 enormous concentric trenches, one inside the next, like the defensive moats around a fortress, with narrow stone ridges running across them like bridges from rim to rim, spokes on a wheel. 10 ditches, 10 separate species of fraud, 10 distinct industrial-scale punishments running side by side. And the poets will walk the spokes and look down into one trench after another, like inspectors touring the works. Fraud gets 10 subdivisions where violence got 3, and that ratio is the poem's whole moral thesis in a single piece of city planning. Dante had watched violence all his life and survived it. What destroyed him, what destroyed Florence, what he genuinely believed was rotting the world, was fraud, the crime of the intellect, the weaponized mind, and he built it a metropolis. The first ditch comes into earshot before it comes into view, and what it offers, horribly, is rhythm. Down in the trench, two files of naked sinners move in opposite directions along the bottom, divided like the two-way foot traffic Dante compares, in a startlingly modern aside. To the crowd control the Romans invented on the bridge for the Jubilee pilgrims in the year 1300. One lane facing the castle, one lane facing the hill. And along both files, keeping them moving, are horned demons with long whips, lashing them from behind. And the poem's economy here is vicious. Ahai come face and l'or levar le baiser à le prime percosse. How they made them lift their heels at the very first strokes, and truly no one waited around for the second or the third. These are the panders and the seducers, the two trades of delivering other bodies to appetite, pimps in one direction, seducers in the other, and the men who drove others all their lives are now driven, whipped along forever at a forced trot by the professional staff. Dante locks eyes with one lowered face and knows it. A Bolognese aristocrat, Venedico Caccianemico, who tries to hide and then, cornered, confesses in words of gross plainness that he sold his own sister, the beautiful Gisolabella, to the pleasure of a marquis, whatever version of the filthy tale is told up there. He adds wearily, and points out that the ditch is packed with his countrymen, more Bolognese tongues down here than live between their two rivers up above. A demon ends the interview with the lash, away, pander, no women here to coin. On the far lane, Virgil points out the great classical exhibit walking toward them, and he still looks royal. The poem grants him that Quanto aspetto reale ancor ritene. Jason, captain of the Argonauts, who seduced and abandoned Hypsipyle on Lemnos, pregnant, alone, after she had saved her father's life, and abandoned Medea after everything Medea did for him and for those arts, the whips. He passes without one word, holding under the lash the bearing of a king, tears he does not show, and the poets cross to the next arch. The second ditch announces itself through the nose. Before the eyes get anything, the walls of the trench appear crusted with a mould deposited by breath from below. The poem specifies that the banks themselves are plastered with a sticky scurf from the fumes, and the bottom, when Dante finally climbs the arch and peers straight down, is a river of excrement. Human, the poem removes all doubt. The trench is drowned in dung that seemed to have flowed from every privy on earth. And in it, submerged, gasping, plunging, are the flatterers. People whose whole art was the sweetened word, marinating forever in the true substance of what they produced. Dante scans the filth, and one head, so caked that its tonsure could belong to layman or priest, screams up at him, "Why do you stare at me more than the other filthy ones?" And Dante answers with the courtesy of a knife, because if I remember right, I have seen you with your hair dry. You are Alessio Intermine of Lucca. That is why I eye you more than all the rest. And Alessio, beating his own crusted scalp, offers the one line of self-knowledge his whole life apparently never managed. Down here the flatteries my tongue was never tired of have sunk me. Virgil directs Dante's gaze a little further along, to a figure scratching herself with dungy nails, standing and crouching by turns, never at rest, the harlot Thais of the old comedy, damned on the strength of one recorded gross exaggeration to a client, and then he says, and you can hear the fastidious shudder in the line, and with this let our sight be sated. Even the guide has limits. They climb down from the reek, and ahead from the third trench comes a light Dante cannot account for, a flickering up out of the rock itself, as if the ditch were full of candles. It is full of feet. The third ditch is drilled. That is the first thing Dante notices from the arch. The livid stone of the bottom and both slopes is pierced everywhere with round holes, all one size, and he compares them with a Tuscan's eye to the baptismal fonts of his beloved San Giovanni in Florence, and then adds in one of the strangest asides in the poem that he once broke one of those fonts to save someone drowning inside it, and let this be everyone's notice of the truth. A real incident, apparently, that had been gossiped into something ugly, and he files his correction here of all places. From every hole in the ditch protrude legs. A sinner is stuffed upside down in each one, buried head first to the thighs, calves and feet waving in the air, and the feet are on fire. Flames slide back and forth across the soles, over both souls, the poem admits, from heel to toe, burning the fat surface the way flame moves over an oiled thing, and the buried men jerk and thrash so violently that their flailing would have snapped any rope or withy ever twisted. Head down in rock, feet cooking in open air forever, and this is the ditch of the simoniacs, the churchmen who bought and sold the offices of God, named for Simon Magus, the sorcerer in Acts who tried to purchase the power of the Holy Spirit with cash. They inverted the church, sold heaven's goods for earthly money, so they spend eternity inverted, planted like posts, with the money-handling relation to heaven made literal, their heads pointed down at the earth they served and their feet offered up to the sky. One pair of legs out-thrashes and out-burns every other in the ditch, a redder flame sucking at the soles, and Dante has Virgil carry him down the slope to it, and he stands over the hole and addresses the legs. Whoever you are, doleful soul, planted like a stake, speak if you can. And he says, he feels like a friar taking the last confession of an assassin, and the comparison is exact and horrible, because that is how Florence executed assassins, head down in a pit, buried alive, and the condemned would keep calling the confessor back to prolong the last minutes before the earth closed. And the legs answer, and the voice from inside the rock says this: "Are you standing there already, Boniface? Are you standing there already?" The writing lied to me by several years. The buried man is Pope Nicholas III, dead in 1280, and he cannot see, and he has been waiting, and the mechanics of this hole are the cruelest joke in the whole circle. Each hole in this ditch belongs to a line of succession. When the next simoniac pope dies, he drops head first into the same hole, hammering his predecessor further down into the rock, flattening him into the stone, as the poem puts it, through the fissures, and taking over the burning feet position himself. The papacy of simony as a literal stack, popes packed above popes down through the bedrock like strata. Nicholas, feeling a presence above his hole, assumes his replacement has arrived, and his replacement, he knows by the dead's foresight, is Boniface the Eighth, Dante's Boniface, the wrecker of Florence, the engineer of the Exile, alive and reigning in Rome in 1300, and here is his hole, reserved, occupied by a tenant expecting him by name, and the poem has just damned a sitting pope with a punctuality joke. You are early, Boniface. Dante stands there dumbfounded until Virgil coaches him to answer, I am not he whom you think, and the legs twist harder with disappointment, and Nicholas tells his story. In the great mantle above he says, I was a son of the she-bear, an Orsini, the family name means bears, so greedy to advance the cubs that up there I pocketed wealth, and here I have pocketed myself. E qui me misi in borsa. I pursed myself. A pope describing his own damnation in the vocabulary of his embezzlement. Below my head, he adds, the others who preceded me in simony are dragged, flattened down through the cracks of the stone, and I too will drop down when he comes, the one I mistook you for, and then, peering further into the future, he promises one worse still, a lawless shepherd from the west, Clement V, the Pope who sold himself to the King of France and moved the papacy to Avignon, still alive as Dante wrote, whole assignment published in advance. Then Dante does something he has done nowhere else in hell. He preaches to a pope. Standing over the burning feet, the exiled layman lets go with a sermon that must have curled the parchment. Tell me, how much treasure did our Lord demand of St. Peter before he put the keys in his keeping? Surely he asked nothing except, follow me. Peter and the others took no gold from Matthias when he was chosen for the office, the guilty soul lost. Therefore stay right there, for you are justly punished, and guard well the ill-gotten money that made you bold against Charles. And were it not for the reverence I still bear the supreme keys you held in the glad life, I would use words heavier still, for your avarice grieves the world, trampling the good and raising the wicked. You have made yourselves a god of gold and silver, and what divides you from the idolater, except that he worships one and you 100? Ah, Constantine, what evil was mothered, not by your conversion, but by that dowry the first rich father took from you. The whole speech lands on the buried man like more fire, both feet kicking hard with rage or conscience. The poem offers us the choice, and Virgil, listening, wears a look of such contentment that he picks Dante up bodily, hugs him to his chest, and carries him up the crag like a trophy. The pagan poet cradling the Christian one, delighted over a ditch of inverted popes. Whatever else the Middle Ages produced, it produced nothing else like this page. Along the next arch, the fourth ditch comes into view, and Dante warns us in advance that new punishment must furnish verse for the 20th canto, and what the light shows is a slow procession, people walking the bottom of the trench at the pace of a church litany, silent, weeping, and completely wrong. As Dante's eye travels down each figure, chin to chest, chest to waist, the anatomy fails. The face is over the back. Each head has been wrenched around 180 degrees on its neck, so that the procession advances with every gaze pointed behind. and they must walk backward to see where they are going. Il viso, the poem says with clinical precision, twisted toward the loins, coming backward since seeing forward was taken from them. And the tears, weeping eyes over reversed shoulders, so the tears run down the spine and down between the buttocks, bathing the cleft. The poem refuses to look away from it. They irrigate their own hindquarters with their grief. These are the diviners, the soothsayers, the astrologers and fortune tellers and prophets for hire, everyone who claimed to see forward into time, into futures reserved for God, and the sentence writes itself. They strained to see too far ahead, so the head is turned, and they will spend eternity looking at where they have been. And Dante, seeing our human image so contorted, breaks down and weeps, leaning against the rocks, and receives for it the harshest rebuke of the entire journey. Virgil rounds on him, "Are you also one of the fools? Here pity lives when it is quite dead. Qui vive la pietà quando è ben morta?" Who is more criminal than he who feels passion at the divine judgment? The line has troubled readers forever, and the man delivering it spends the rest of the canto listing the famous diviners with what turns into unmistakable relish. Amphiaraus, the Theban augur, swallowed whole by an earthquake mid-battle, still falling. Minos catches everyone eventually. Tiresias, who was both man and woman. Manto, the sorceress after whom Virgil claims at length his own home city of Mantua was named, and then, in a needle aimed at Dante's own century, the recently dead celebrity astrologers, Michael Scott of the Emperor's Court, who truly knew the game of magical frauds, Guido Bonatti, the war astrologer, and Dante, the prophetic shoemaker of Parma, who now wishes he had stuck to his leather and his thread. C'avrei inteso al cuoio e allo spago ora vorrebbe, but he repents too late. And behind the famous, the nameless mass of them, the sad women, Virgil says, who left the needle and the spindle and the loom to become fortune-tellers, casting spells with herbs and images, village witches by the thousand, walking backward, weeping down their own backs, forever. The moon is setting, Virgil observes, time to move, and that bland timestamp closes one of the eeriest cantos in the poem. The fifth ditch is where the Inferno turns into a black comedy, and the shift is so abrupt that scholars have argued it must be deliberate, a release valve, or a trap. The trench, seen from the arch, is darkness itself, mirabilmente oscura, wonderfully dark, and filled bank to bank with boiling pitch, and Dante, ever the tradesman's son, compares it to the arsenal of Venice in winter, where they boil the sticky tar to caulk their unsound ships, some men building new hulls, some plugging the ribs of old ones, some at the oars, some at the cordage, the one extended documentary snapshot of ordinary working life in the whole Inferno, deployed to describe a lake of scalding glue. The pitch bubbles and swells and settles, and nothing else shows, until Virgil suddenly yanks Dante behind him. "Guarda, guarda, look out!" And over the crag behind them comes a demon at a dead run, and the poem stops to describe him with the horrified relish of a woodcut. Ah, how ferocious in his look, how bitter in action, wings spread, light on his feet. And over his high, sharp shoulder he carries a sinner, slung by the haunches, gripped by the ankle tendons. A working demon with a body over his shoulder like a butcher's delivery. He dumps his cargo off the bridge into the pitch, shouts down to his colleagues that this one is an elder of St. Zita, meaning a magistrate of the city of Lucca, sneers that Lucca is so well stocked with this merchandise that everyone there is a barator except one man he names sarcastically. Everyone there turns no into yes for cash, del no. Per li denar, vi si fa ita, and wheels off across the rocks for another load, faster, the poem records, than a mastiff after a thief. The sinner plops under, surfaces doubled over, and the voices under the bridge start jeering. Here the sacred face avails nothing. This is no Circio swim, referencing the crucifix and the river of the man's home city. And then the crews come out with the hooks. Demons by the dozen, boiling out from under the bridge with long grappling forks, screaming that the dance here is done under cover, snagging the sinner the instant he shows more than hair. And the poem lands its kitchen image with a shudder. Non altrimenti I cuoci a lor vassalli fanno attuffare in mezzo la caldaia la carne con gli uncin. Just as cooks make their scullions push the meat down into the cauldron with their hooks so it will not float. That is the fifth ditch. A municipal kitchen where the meat is politicians and the staff enjoy their work. The politicians in question are the barators, and this ditch is personal in a way no other one in hell is. Barratry is simony's civic twin, the selling of public office, jobs and verdicts and contracts traded for money, the everyday corruption of city government, and barratry is the exact crime named in Dante's own indictment of 1302. The charge on which Florence sentenced him to the fire was that he belonged in this ditch. So, watch what he does with it. He writes the Barator's Trench as the longest, rowdiest, most contemptuous episode of the poem, 2 full cantos of demons and pratfalls. He gives the demon squad a collective name, the Malebranche, the evil claws, and individual names that are all filthy puns. Malacoda, evil tail, Barbaricia, curly beard, Cagnazzo, nasty dog, Siriato the tusked hog, Graffia cane, dog scratcher, Draginazzo, and the rest. Names that sound, more than one scholar has noticed, suspiciously like mangled versions of prominent black Guelph family names. He writes himself walking through the ditch of his alleged crime untouched, terrified but innocent, while the demons of civic corruption rage around him on their own leashes. The accused composing the courtroom, it never once mentions the indictment, and it never has to. What follows down in that ditch plays like a heist going wrong in slow motion. Virgil parleys with the demon squad and their captain Malacoda, who grants safe conduct with a show of reasonableness, even detailing 10 of his demons as an escort, and slips one lie into the itinerary. The next bridge over the 6th ditch, he says, is broken, collapsed in the great earthquake, but another spur further along crosses intact. Half of that is true. The earthquake was real, the quake at the hour of the crucifixion, which shattered rock all through hell, and the bridge is indeed down. The intact crossing further along does not exist. Every bridge over the sixth ditch is rubble, and Malacoda is sending the travelers on a long walk in the company of 10 armed demons toward a dead end, and Virgil, the embodiment of human reason, swallows it whole. Dante does not. He begs his guide to decline the escort. He can see, he says, the demons grinding their teeth and signaling threats to each other with their brows, and Virgil, magnificently wrong, tells him to relax. They gnash at the boiled wretches, not at us. The squad moves out along the bank, and the poem closes the canto with the most notorious line Dante ever wrote, the marching signal Barbariccia gives his troop, ed egli avea del cul fatto trombetta. He had made a trumpet of his backside. 700 years of commentary, and that line still sits there, in the same poem as Francesca and the Stars, the sergeant flatulating the advance. Dante, deadpan, lists the military signals he has known in his soldiering days, cavalry musters, trumpet and bell and drum, and concedes he never saw horsemen move out to so strange a bugle. The march along the pitch produces the ditches one long interview, and it costs the demons dearly. The sinners survive down there the way frogs survive at a ditch edge, snouts just breaking the surface, ducking at the sergeant's approach, and one of them ducks too slowly, and Graphia Khan hooks him by the tarred hair and hauls him up onto the bank like an otter, the pitch sheeting off him, and the squad crowds in screaming for the skinning, and the interrogation proceeds with the hooks literally in him. He is a Navarrese, a court fixer, born to a wastrel father, placed in service with a king, where, as he confesses with the pitch still dripping, I set myself to barratry, and I pay the count of it in this heat. Siriato the hog demon rips him with a tusk mid-sentence just to feel it tear. The poem says he made him feel how one of them could shred. The mouse had fallen among bad cats, and the corporal Barbariccia locks arms around the prisoner to keep the others off his meat, while the questioning continues, and offers, with a courtesy more frightening than the tusks, stand back while I hold him enforked. The Navarrese, feeling the intervals between wounds, starts selling. Italians, he offers. He can produce Italians for the hooks, 7 of them. He will whistle the signal the sinners use to mark when the coast is clear and bring a whole shift of Tuscans and Lombards to the surface. If only the evil claws will stand back a little so his colleagues will not fear the flaying. Cagnazzo lifts his muzzle at that, shaking his head. Hear the trick he has thought of to fling himself back under, and the Navarrese, agreeing cheerfully that he is indeed exactly that malicious, waits for the demons to argue themselves into position, and the moment their eyes leave him, plants his feet and dives. Gone, under the pitch, an arrow of tar, and the squad erupts. And Alicino, who had voted to allow the gamble, launches off the bank in pursuit, wings full out, and misses, pulling up off the boiling surface like a falcon cheated by a diving duck. And Calcabrina, furious less at the escape than at the lost skinning, grapples his squadmate in mid-air over the ditch, and the 2 demons, clawing each other, drop together into the boiling pitch. Instantly cooked to the spot, wings clogged solid with glue, sparrowhawks in bird lime, and the corporal has to organize a rescue operation for his own men, 4 demons deploying with hooks to fish 2 colleagues, already crusted within their scabs, The poem notes with satisfaction off the surface of their own instrument of torture, and in the confusion, the two poets slip away. E noi lasciamo loro così impacciati, and we left them thus entangled. The exit is not clean. The demons, discovering the loss, come after them, wings out, and the poem gives us Virgil, reason itself, snatching Dante up like a mother waking to a burning house, who takes her child and runs and does not stop even for a shift to cover herself, and sliding on his back down the rock chute into the sixth ditch with the boy clutched to his chest, and the Malebranche pull up at the rim above, checked, because the providence that gave them the fifth ditch as ministers, the poem explains, denies them all power to leave it. Jurisdiction. The demons of graft cannot cross their own boundary line, and if a political meaning in that occurs to you, I doubt you are the first. Safe in the sixth ditch, the fugitives land among the slowest procession in hell. A painted people, the poem calls them, walking the trench at a funeral pace, weeping, and their fatigue shows in their faces before its cause shows at all. They wear cloaks, monastic cloaks with deep hoods. Cut, Dante says, in the style of the monks of Cluny, and the outside of every cloak is gold. Gilded, dazzling, eye-hurting gold. And the inside is solid grey metal, the heaviest the medieval world worked with, poured thick, the same dull material they cast into coffin linings and church roofs, and the weight of it is such that Dante reaches for the era's proverbial standard of crushing capes and says Frederick's were straw beside these. The reference his audience caught at once. The story ran that Emperor Frederick executed traitors by encasing them in heavy capes of that same metal and setting the capes over fire so the covering melted onto the man. An urban legend, probably, but the poem banks on your knowing it. These cloaks outcrush the torture cloaks of the cruelest emperor in living memory, and the wearers must walk in them forever. At that grinding pace, eternally exhausted, eternally glittering. These are the hypocrites, beautiful on the outside by profession, dead weight within, and now dressed in the sin with the values reversed, the shine worn where everyone can see it, and the substance dragging every step. O eternally wearying mantle, Dante sighs and walks beside them, and even walking slowly he outpaces them so badly that each step brings him new company. Two of the cloaked turn out to be Bolognese friars, Catalano and Lodoringo, founding members of a real order, the Knights of St. Mary, chartered to make peace between factions, and so comfortable in practice that all Italy nicknamed them the Jovial Friars, the Merry Brothers. In 1266, Florence hired the two of them jointly as an impartial pair of city governors, one Guelph, one Ghibelline, balance incarnate, and under their scrupulously neutral administration, the Ghibelline houses of the Gardingo district somehow ended up burned and looted, and the evidence pointed to the friars quietly serving the Pope's agenda the whole time. Catalano introduces the pair to Dante with the exhausted humor of a man carrying a building and gestures at their sentence, and Dante is beginning an answer when his eye catches something on the ground, and the canto pivots to its real tenant. A figure is crucified across the path. staked to the floor of the ditch with 3 stakes, through both hands and the joined feet, naked, stretched out where the procession walks, and the procession walks on him. Every hypocrite in the ditch, on every circuit, treads across the crucified body, and the body feels each one, writhing on its stakes, blowing into its beard with sighs as the weight crosses it. And Catalano, following Dante's stare, supplies the name with a certain professional respect. That staked one, he says, counseled the Pharisees that it was expedient to put one man to torment for the people. Caiaphas, the high priest who arranged the death of Christ on a cost-benefit argument, one man for the many, and the sentence he received is the argument made flesh. He lies where the many walk, and bears the weight of every gilded fraud in history crossing his body 1 pair of feet at a time, and he must feel, the poem specifies, how much each one weighs. E convincente qualunque passa, com pesa pria. His father-in-law Annas is staked further along, and the whole council with him seeded through the ditch like railroad ties. And Virgil, the poem notes in a line that stops readers cold, stood marveling over the crucified one, because Virgil died before the crucifixion, and in all his previous tours of hell, this exhibit was not here. Reason stares at the one thing that arrived after it. Then he collects himself, confirms with the friars that Malacoda lied about the bridges, absorbs Catalano's parting shot. I heard at Bologna that the devil is a liar and the father of lies, tuition well spent, and walks off, the poem insists, with great strides, disturbed a little with anger in his look. The one joke in hell at Virgil's expense, and a friar tells it. The climb out of the hypocrite's ditch, up the earthquake rubble of the broken bridge, nearly finishes Dante. Virgil coaches him ledge by ledge, testing each rock before trusting his pupil's weight to it, and at the top the winded poet sits down and gets, instead of rest, the sternest speech of the journey. Now must you cast off sloth, for sitting on down, or under quilts, no one comes to fame, and without fame, a man consumes his life, leaving such trace of himself on earth as smoke in air or foam on water. Get up. Conquer the panting with the soul that wins every battle if it does not sag with its body's weight. A longer ladder must be climbed than these. Dante gets up, announcing more breath than he feels, and they walk the next arch, and from the 7th ditch below comes a voice not shaped for forming words, a voice running mad. The trench, when they reach a vantage, is floored with serpents, a tangle of them, a fearful throng of snakes of so strange a variety, the poem says, that the memory still curdles his blood, and he spends a stanza out, cataloguing the deserts of Libya, Chelidri, Jaculi, Pherae, Centres, Amphisbaena, every monstrous species the ancient naturalists ever invented, all of it seething together across the bottom of the ditch, and through that seething run the damned. Naked men, terrified, sprinting through serpents with no hope of hole to hide in or magic stone to save them, and their hands, the detail arrives like a lock clicking shut, are tied behind their backs, with snakes, living serpents for cords, the head and tail thrust through the loins and knotted at the front. These are the thieves, and before Dante can even ask the rules, The ditch demonstrates them. A serpent launches at one of the runners and strikes him where the neck knits to the shoulders, and the man does not bleed. He ignites. Faster, the poem swears, than pen ever wrote O or I, one letter, that fast, he catches fire, burns, and collapses into a pile of ash on the ditch floor. And then the ash moves. It gathers itself, drains together, and rises, resuming on its own the shape of the man, who stands up dazed, sighing, staring around like someone surfacing from a seizure, and the poem reaches for the phoenix and improves on it. The phoenix at least got 500 years between cremations. Here, the cycle runs on demand, combustion, ash, reassembly, and the reassembled man's first conscious feeling is the knowledge that it will happen apace. O power of God, Dante says, watching how severe it is, showering such blows for vengeance. The reassembled man, asked his name, answers with a self-portrait in acid. I reigned from Tuscany into this gullet a short time ago. A mule I was, bestial life pleased me, not human, I am Vanni Fucci, beast, and Pistoia was my fitting den. Vanni Fucci was a real and recent horror, the bastard son of a noble house of Pistoia, a professional thug of the black faction, arsonist, killer, a man whose documented career in the city's blood feuds would fill an episode by itself, and Dante, who evidently knew of him, is surprised to find him here rather than up in the boiling blood with the murderers, and says so, and the question hits a nerve. Fucci flushes with shame, the poem catches the exact tint of it, sad shame painting him, and he confesses the crime that outranked his violence. In 1293, thieves stripped the treasury of San Jacopo, the sacristy of the Cathedral of Pistoia, the city's holiest treasure, and the investigation flailed, and an innocent man was arrested for it and came within a day of the gallows while the actual thief watched. That thief, Fucci admits, ladro alla sagrestia di belli arredi, was him, and the frame job nearly hanged another man, and remorse plays no part in the grief. He tells Dante so directly. The sting is that Dante caught him in this misery, in the thieves' ditch, exposed. And so, to wound his discoverer, he prophesies. Open your ears to my announcement and hear, he says, and lays out, event by event, the coming triumph of the Black Guelphs, Pistoia purged, Florence remade, a battle like a storm out of Valdimagra, ending with every white, e ogni bianco ne sarà feruto, struck down. And I have said it, he finishes, so that it must grieve you. He forecast Dante's ruin to Dante's face for the pure pleasure of the pain it would cause, and then he does the thing this canto exists to record. At the end of his words, the thief raised both fists, each squeezed into the fig, the obscene gesture of the age, thumb thrust between the fingers, and aimed them at the sky, and screamed, "Take that, God, I square them at you." Both hands. The single most direct blasphemy anyone commits in the entire poem, worse than anything the blasphemer's ring produced, delivered from the thieves' ditch by a church robber, and the response is instantaneous. From that moment on, Dante says, The serpents were my friends. One snake whips around Fucci's neck and cinches, as if to say, "You will speak no more," and another binds his arms and knots itself in front, pinning him rigid. And the man who a breath ago was challenging heaven with both fists cannot move a finger, and he flees. What part of him can flee? Off through the ditch, and after him, bellowing, comes a centaur no one ordered, Cacus, the cattle thief. Hercules clubbed to death, galloping with his back covered to the haunches in snakes, and a fire-breathing dragon crouched behind his neck, scorching whatever the gallop overtakes, chasing the fugitive deeper into the dark. Dante watches his own city's terror hauled off by a monster with a flamethrower on its shoulders, and offers Pistoia one line of civic feedback on the way out. Pistoia, Pistoia, why not decree your own incineration and be done, since you outdo your founders in evil? The founders in question, by the city's own legend, were the shattered remnants of Catiline's defeated conspirators. Even Pistoia's origin story is a crime scene. What Dante sees next in that ditch, he prefaces with a warning to the audience that he barely believes it himself and hardly permits himself to write it. 3 Florentine thieves have gathered below the crag, aristocrats all, and as the poets watch, a 6-legged serpent launches itself onto one of them, a man named Agnello, and clamps on with everything: middle feet on the belly, 4 feet on the arms, teeth in both cheeks, hind feet on the thighs, tail thrust up between and behind, and then, instead of biting or burning, it begins to merge. Ivy never rooted itself to a tree, the poem reports, the way the beast entwined its limbs through his, and then they stuck together and melted like hot wax, mixing their colors until neither seemed what it had been, the way a burn spreads brown across paper ahead of the flame, killing the white without yet being black. The 2 heads flow into one. The 4 arms and 2 forelegs resolve into 2 arms that belong to nothing nameable. Chest and belly become members never seen. Every original feature cancelled. The poem's word and the perverted image, Dieu et personne, 2 and none, moves off across the ditch at a slow pace, one creature wearing 2 ruined identities, while the other thieves watch, and one of them calls out, "O me, Agnel, come ti muti, O Agnello, how you change. Look, already you are neither 2 nor 1. And that, it turns out, was the gentle version. Moments later, a small blazing serpent, black as a peppercorn, strikes a second Florentine, Buoso, at the navel, the place, Dante notes, where we first take our nourishment, and falls back to the ground, and the man stands staring at it, silent, yawning, as if fever or sleep were coming over him, and the serpent stares back, and smoke pours from the man's wound and from the serpent's mouth, and the 2 smokes meet. Then Dante stages the exchange, a full transformation run in both directions at once, and he stops the poem to announce, with a challenger's arrogance he had earned, that Lucan may fall silent about his soldiers dissolved by snakebite, and Ovid may keep his Cadmus and Arethusa, for no poet ever transmuted 2 natures front to front so that both forms were ready to exchange their matter. And then he does it, organ by organ. The serpent's tail splits into legs as the man's legs fuse into a tail. The man's arms retract into his armpits as the beast's forefeet lengthen into arms. The hind feet twist together into the member a man conceals, while the wretch's own splits into 2 feet. The smoke veils each in the other's colour. The hair migrates. One rises upright as the other falls onto its belly, and through it all, the poem keeps the eyes locked. Neither turned aside the impious lamps under which each muzzle was exchanging, the human face flattening and pushing out into a snout, ears sliding back into the head as a snake's, while on the other body the snout draws in, the ears push out, the tongue that had been forked and quick seals itself whole, while the whole human tongue splits, and the smoke stops. The finished serpent, who had been a man named Buoso, flees hissing down the valley. And the finished man who had been the serpent and who turns out to be a thief named Francesco spits after it as it goes and says to the remaining colleague, "I want Buoso to run this road on his belly for a while, as I did. Turnabout, in the thieves' ditch, right down to the spite." And Dante steps back from the whole spectacle and names the law of the place plainly. Così vid io la settima zavora mutare e trasmutare. So I saw the 7th ballast change and rechange, and the logic underneath is the finest machined contrapasso in the poem. These men spent their lives dissolving the boundary between mine and yours, so the boundary between self and other is dissolved in them. A thief here cannot keep possession of the one thing that was ever truly his own form, his own species, his own face, which can be stolen from him at any moment by anything that bites. And the only recorded consolation of the ditch is that everyone gets to be the snake eventually. The third Florentine of the group, the only one who escaped transformation while Dante watched, was the one, the poem notes in closing, who had made the town of Gavil weep, a killer whose victim's kin exterminated half his clan in revenge, and even in hell, the most dangerous man in the room is simply the one whose turn has not come. Leaving the thieves, Dante opens the next canto with one of the most acid apostrophes he ever wrote. "Rejoice, Florence, since you are so great that you beat your wings over sea and land, and your name spreads through hell. Among the thieves I found 5 of your citizens, all of them nobility, such that great honor accrues to you from it." And with the sarcasm still smoking, he climbs to the arch over the 8th ditch, and what fills it, floor to floor, all along the gorge, is flame. Individual flames, thousands of them, moving along the bottom of the trench, and he reaches for one of the gentlest images in the whole poem to describe the damned, as many as the fireflies the peasant sees down the valley slope on a summer evening, resting on the hill. So many flames glittered through the 8th chasm. Each flame walks. Each flame steals away a sinner, the poem says, wrapped entire, so that no theft shows. Ogni fiamma un peccatore invola. Inside every one of those pretty lights, a man is burning, hidden, forever, and the concealment is the sentence. These are the counselors of fraud, the men whose gift was strategy, the advisors who put their genius at the service of deception. And since they worked hidden, moving others while staying unseen, they burn hidden, each become the tongue of fire. His counsel always was, condemned to speak, when they speak at all, through the wavering tip of their own flame, the fire mangling the voice into a roar until the words find their way out. One flame comes divided at the top, twin-horned, 2 points rising from a single fire, and Dante, seeing it, thinks of the pyre of Eteocles and Polynices, the Theban brothers who hated each other so perfectly that even their shared funeral flame split in two. Inside this one, Virgil says, are tormented Ulysses and Diomedes, together in punishment as they were in wrath, paying jointly for the ambush of the wooden horse, for the stratagems that broke Troy, and Dante nearly comes out of his skin with wanting to speak to it. He begs, bending, "Master, I pray you and re-pray that the prayer be worth 1,000. Do not deny me a wait until the horned flame comes here." Virgil grants it and takes the interview himself, on the theory that the great Greeks might be disdainful of Dante's tongue, and addresses the fire. And the greater horn of the ancient flame begins to shudder, murmuring, struggling like a thing fighting the wind, and then flinging its tip back and forth as if it were the tongue that spoke. It throws out a voice. What the voice tells is not in Homer, and Dante had never seen Homer, only the medieval digests. And out of that ignorance he invented, on his own authority, an entirely new ending for the most famous voyager in the world, and it became one of the most influential passages in all of literature. When I departed from Circe, the flame says, neither fondness for my son, nor duty to my aged father, nor the owed love that should have gladdened Penelope, could conquer in me the ardour I had to gain experience of the world, and of human vices and worth. Everything Homer's Ulysses sailed home for, this Ulysses lists as the things that could not hold him. He put out onto the open sea with one ship, and the little company that had never deserted him, old men by now, tardi e lenti, slow and late, and coasted the whole Mediterranean, Spain, Morocco, Sardinia, until they came to the narrow strait where Hercules planted his pillars as a warning. Axio che l'uom più oltre non si metta, so that man should not put out beyond the edge of the sanctioned world. And there, to his shrunken, exhausted crew, Ulysses gave the little speech, Oration Picciola, the poem calls it, that has launched actual expeditions in the centuries since, that polar explorers have quoted in their diaries, that is carved into a memorial cross above Antarctica. Brothers, he said, who through 100,000 dangers have reached the West, to this so brief a vigil of the senses that remains to us, do not deny the experience of the unpeopled world behind the sun. Consider your seed, considerate la vostra semenza. You were not made to live as brutes, but to follow virtue and knowledge. Fatti non foste a viver com bruti, ma per seguir virtute e conoscenza. And with that little speech he says, I made my companions so keen for the voyage that I could hardly have held them back afterward, and turning our stern to the morning, We made wings of our oars for the mad flight. De remi facemo ali al folle volo. 5 months they ran south across the empty ocean, the stars of the other pole rising night by night, their own stars sinking under the sea behind them. And then, when it had all become water and sky, a mountain appeared, dark with distance, dim and higher, it seemed to him, than any mountain he had ever seen. The mountain of purgatory, though he could not know it, the one land mass of the forbidden hemisphere, the very place Dante and Virgil are travelling toward by the underground road. And Ulysses had reached it by sail, alive, uninvited. We rejoiced, he says, and quickly the rejoicing turned to weeping. For from the new land a whirlwind rose and struck the forepart of the ship. 3 times it whirled her round with all the waters. At the 4th, it lifted the stern on high and plunged the prow below, com altrui piaque, as pleased. Another, that terrible, unnameable someone else, infin shel mar fu sovra noi ricuso, until the sea had closed over us, and the flame straightens and goes quiet. That is the whole account, the greatest mind of the ancient world, describing his own drowning in 4 lines within sight of the holy mountain, sunk by a wind sent from it. And the poem refuses, absolutely refuses, to tell us how to feel. The speech about virtue and knowledge is the noblest thing anyone says in hell, and the man who says it is in hell, burning in a fire shaped like a tongue, for the counsels of the horse and the frauds of a long career, and the mad flight is either the summit of the human spirit, or the last and purest con job of a lifelong deceiver, talking 8 old men over the edge of the world. And Dante, who longed toward that flame like a lover, and who was himself at that moment trespassing beyond every human boundary on a journey he claimed was authorized, leaves both readings burning in the same fire. When people tell you the Middle Ages could not do ambiguity, hand them this canto and step back. The Ulysses flame has barely moved off when another comes hurrying toward the bridge, drawn by the sound of Italian, making a confused roaring at its tip. And the poem hands us one of its most gruesome sound images to explain the noise. The Sicilian bull, it says, a real legend of the tyrant Phalaris, who commissioned a bronze bull as an execution device, the victim sealed inside, a fire lit beneath, and the bull's throat engineered so that the screams came out transformed into bellowing, the first voice of the burned man converted into the voice of the instrument, and the craftsman who built it, the story runs, was its first tenant, and that was justice of a sort. So, with this flame, the words of the man inside have no path out, and they convert into fire's own language at the tip, until, at last, they force the point to quiver into speech. The voice asks, in Romagnol, for news of Romagna. Is it at peace or at war? And this one, unlike Ulysses, is recent. Dead less than 2 years at the date of the journey, His name was Guido da Montefeltro, and his story is the blackest joke in the Inferno, a trap that snaps shut on theology itself. Guido da Montefeltro was the greatest soldier of his generation, a Ghibelline captain whose campaigns humiliated papal armies for decades, and whose particular genius, as everyone agreed, ran to stratagem. "My deeds," he tells Dante through the flame, "were those of the fox and not the lion. I knew all the wiles and covert ways, and plied the art of them so well that the sound went out to the ends of the earth." And then, old, with the sails coming down, as he puts it, what had pleased him before grieved him now, and he did the thing sincere old soldiers did. In 1296, he entered the Franciscan order, a real conversion by every sign. Contemporaries praised it. Dante himself had earlier written of him admiringly as the noble Guido who gave himself to God. The cord of St. Francis around the old fox, and it would have washed him clean, he says, and here his voice curdles, had it not been for the great priest, may evil take him, who put me back into my first sins. Boniface. Again. The same pope wrecking Dante's Florence was, in 1298, waging a private war against a rival Roman family, the Colonna, who had holed up in their fortress at Palestrina, and the fortress would not fall. So the Pope came to the old strategist in his friary and asked for one last piece of professional advice: how to take Palestrina. Guido refused, silent. The request sounded drunk to him. Then Boniface made the offer that damns them both. "Heaven I can lock and unlock," he said. "Mine are the two keys." "Absolve me in advance," Guido finally answered, "and I will tell you." And the Pope did. Absolution granted before the sin, for the sin, as payment for the sin. And Guido gave him the counsel: "Lunga promessa con la tenda corto, promise much, deliver little." Offer the Colonna generous terms, amnesty, safety, whatever they ask, and once they walk out of the fortress, take everything. It worked. The Colonna surrendered on the Pope's word, and Palestrina was razed to the ground, ploughed under, salted in the tradition, and the family barely escaped with their lives. And Guido went back to his friary with his prepaid pardon and died in it, in 1298, in the habit of St. Francis, sacked out in absolution, formally, documentarily forgiven. And then, he tells Dante, Francis came for me, the founder himself, come to collect one of his friars for heaven, and found a black cherub already standing over the deathbed, and the demon's argument is the finest piece of legal reasoning in the poem. He must come down with me, the devil said. He gave the fraudulent counsel, and from that moment I have been at his hair. One cannot be absolved without repenting, and one cannot repent a thing and will it at the same time. The contradiction does not permit it. Absolution for a sin you intend to commit is a logical impossibility. The repentance and the intention cannot coexist in one soul at one instant, and the pardon Boniface sold was therefore void the moment it was issued, the transaction describing a state of soul that cannot exist, whatever seal hangs from the parchment. Oh, wretched me! Guido says. How I shuddered when he seized me and said, "Perhaps you did not consider that I am a logician. Forse tu non pensavi ch'io loico fossi." The demon does syllogisms. Hell's council table out-argued the Vicar of Christ on the metaphysics of penance, and Francis, holding a valid claim against an invalid pardon, had to walk away empty-handed, and the fox was carried to Minos, who wrapped his tail 8 times around himself and bit it in rage besides, and said, "This one belongs with the thieving fire, one friar's habit, one papal seal, and none of the paperwork held, because the machinery of forgiveness, it turns out, runs on the interior state of a soul, and no office on earth can counterfeit that." Boniface, note, walked away from the transaction unscathed for now, his hole in the third ditch pre-warmed and waiting. The customer got the merchandise. Only the vendor of the advice paid, and he pays forever, roaring his story through a tongue of fire, and he only told it at all, he says at the start, because he believes no one ever returns alive from this depth to repeat it. He was wrong about that too. The fox's last miscalculation is the reason we know his name. The 9th ditch Dante introduces with a page of battlefield accounting, and the point of the list is to set a standard and then vault over it. "Gather," he says, "all the dead of all the wars ever fought across southern Italy, the long Roman wars whose spoils of rings were measured by the bushel, the slaughter fields of the Norman conquest, the massacres at Ceperano and Tagliacozzo within living memory, and let every one of those bodies stand up and display its wounds. All of it together would be nothing, nulla sarebbe, beside the spectacle of the 9th ditch." That is the bar the poem sets for itself, and then a single figure walks into view below the bridge and clears it. A man split open. Rotto dal mento infin dove si trulla, cleft from the chin down to the place where wind is broken. One continuous wound from face to fork, and the poem inventories what the opening shows with a butcher's daylight plainness, the entrails hanging between the legs, the organs visible, the pluck, and the wretched sack that makes excrement of what is swallowed, the stomach and its business, all of it swinging exposed as he walks. He sees Dante staring, and with his own hands he pulls his chest apart wider, opens himself like a coat, and says, "See how I split myself. This is the ditch of the sowers of discord, the people who tore communities apart, split religions, split cities, split families, and a demon with a sword stands at a station on the circuit, and as each soul completes the lap of the trench, the blade opens them according to the division they made in the world, and then they walk on, and the wounds close as they go, the flesh healing itself around the circuit so that they arrive back at the sword hole and are opened afresh, forever, a wheel of mutilation and repair with no exit." And here, some honest context. The split figure who speaks first is Muhammad, the prophet of Islam, with his son-in-law Ali walking ahead of him cleft through the face from chin to scalp. And this placement tells you everything about the medieval Christian mind and nothing about Islam. Dante, like most Latin Christians of his era, had absorbed a garbled polemic that cast Muhammad as a former Christian, in some versions an ambitious cardinal whose breakaway had torn the church in half, and so he filed him here, among the schismatics, dividers of the faith, and assigned the wound to fit that framing. 7 centuries later, the passage stands as one of the most argued over in the poem, a document of its own centuries' ignorance. And I give it to you as exactly that, the record of what a Florentine of 1300 believed, and of how far the reach of a great poem can carry its author's blind spots. The figure delivers, before moving on, a message for a living man, a warning for Fra Dolcino, the rebel preacher then holed up in the mountains, to stock provisions against the snow, or the siege will starve him out, and the historical Dolcino was in fact starved out of his mountains and burned at the stake in 1307, so the poem's warning doubles as its author's hindsight. Behind the first figures come the Italians, and the wounds turn local. A man with his throat pierced through, his nose cut off up to the brows, and only one ear left, Pier da Medicina, sower of feuds along the Romagna roads, who opens his windpipe with his fingers to speak through the bloody hole, and who delivers a maritime forecast. 2 lords of Fano will be invited to a parley at sea and drowned on the way, thrown overboard in sacks by the treachery of a one-eyed tyrant, a crime, he says, the sea between Cyprus and Majorca never saw the like of. Beside him, a shade who cannot speak at all, his tongue slit to the root, and Pier introduces him with relish. This is Curio, the Roman tribune who told Caesar at the Rubicon that a man prepared should never wait, the tongue that launched the civil wars, now mute, hacked, gaping in his throat. Then a figure with both hands lopped off, raising the stumps into the dark air so the blood falls back down his own face. And this one is Florentine, and his single line of self-introduction is a city's whole catastrophe. Remember Mosca too, who said, alas, a thing done has an end. Capo ha cosa fatta. The words that killed a man named Buondelmonte at the foot of the old bridge in 1216 and split Florence into Guelph and Ghibelline in the first place, the seed, the poem admits, of every evil after. And Dante answers him with one line of his own, and death to your family line. And the handless man, taking that fresh grief on top of his old ones, staggers away, the poem says, like one maddened with sorrow. And then Dante sees a thing he refuses to describe until he has sworn to it. I saw it, he says, and I seem to see it still. A trunk without a head walking like the others in the sad flock, and it held the severed head by the hair, swinging from its hand like a lantern, and the head was looking at us and saying, "Oh me, dice facea a se stesso lucerna." Of itself it made for itself a lamp. 2 in 1 and 1 in 2, the poem marvels how it can be. He knows who so ordains. At the foot of the bridge, the trunk raises its arm high, holding the head up toward the travelers to bring its words closer, and the head speaks. Now you see the grievous penalty, you who go breathing among the dead, see if any is great as this. I am Bertrand de Born, the one who gave the young king the evil encouragements. Bertrand de Born was a real troubadour, one of the most celebrated poets of war who ever lived, a Gascon baron whose verses openly rejoiced in the sight of broken castles and dead men in ditches. And the deed that filed him here was counsel. He set the young Prince Henry of England against his own father, King Henry II, father against son. The poem records, made rebels of each other, worse than Ahithophel did with Absalom and David. Then the head explains itself, and in doing so, names the master principle of everything we have walked through tonight. Because I parted persons so joined, he says, I carry my brain parted, alas, from its root in this trunk. Così s'osserva in me lo contrapasso. Thus you observe in me the counter-suffering, the only time in the whole 100 cantos that the word is spoken, and Dante gives it to a severed head, held at arm's length by its own body, explaining its own case law to the visitors. The punishment fits the crime, says the punishment, holding itself up to the light. The 10th and final ditch of Malebolge is a hospital. That is the register the poem shifts into, disease, and it opens with a comparison drawn from the real malarial lowlands of Italy. If all the sick of the fever swamps of Valdiciana and Maremma and Sardinia in the plague months were piled into one trench together, such was the suffering here, and a stench rose from it as comes from gangrened limbs. Down in the dark bottom lie the falsifiers, every trade of them, counterfeiters of metal, of coin, of persons, of words, and their sentence employs no torturer at all, no demon anywhere on the ditch floor, just corruption itself, turned loose in their bodies. They rot eternally, each species of forger, assigned its own eternal disease, and the first exhibit is the alchemists, the falsifiers of metals, and their disease is a scab. Full body, crusted, furious scab, and the two specimens Dante finds are propped against each other back to back, like pans set to warm at a hearth, clawing themselves. The poem's image for the clawing is a stable boy currying a horse for an impatient master, the nails raking down and down, ripping the scabs off in sheets the way a knife strips scales from a carp, and never once reaching the bottom of the itch. One of them, an Aretine burned at the stake in real life for a swindle that had promised a rich fool of Siena the art of flying, tells his story with the gallows humour of the ditch, and the other, a Florentine called Capocchio, burned as an alchemist in Siena in 1293, ends the canto boasting through his scabs what a fine ape of nature he was, how well he faked things, connoisseurship persisting after everything else has rotted off. Two other diseases share the ward. Rabies for the falsifiers of persons, who tear through the ditch in slavering fits, biting whatever they catch, and one of them takes Capocchio by the neck mid-boast and drags him belly down over the rock floor. And this berserker, a fellow shade explains, is Gianni Schicchi, a Florentine mimic hired, after a rich man died, to climb into the dead man's bed, impersonate his voice, and dictate a new will, in the course of which performance he thoughtfully left himself the best mare in the stable, the lady of the herd. With him runs the ancient mirror, who counterfeited another's shape to lie with her own father. And then dropsy, for the counterfeiters of coin, and the poem's final grand portrait in Malabulge is a man swollen into the shape of a lute. If he had been cropped at the groin, the fluid ballooning his belly so monstrously that the face on top seems a stranger's, lips peeled apart with thirst like a consumptive's, one turned up, one down. Master Adam, an English or Brescian minter who, for the lords of Romena, forged the gold florin of Florence, the sacred currency itself, at 21 carats instead of 24, 3 carats of dross in the coin that anchored Europe's money, and was burned alive for it in Florence around 1281. His speech is the thirstiest poetry ever written. In life, he says, I had all I wished, and now I long for one drop of water. The little brooks that run down the green hills of the Casentino to the Arno, making their channels cool and soft, stand always before me. And not in vain, for the image of them parches me more than the disease that wastes my face. He would not trade the sight of his patrons suffering here, he adds, for all the water of the largest fountain he can name. And when the swollen coiner and a burning fevered Greek beside him, Sinon, the liar who talked Troy into wheeling in the horse, fall to insulting each other, belly against fever, false coin against false word, one punching the drum-tight paunch so it booms like the instrument it resembles, the other slapping back, Dante stands rooted, listening to the flighting like a man at a cockfight, until Virgil turns on him with real anger. Keep looking, and I will quarrel with you myself. The wish to hear such baseness, he says, is itself a base wish. Dante's shame is so hot he cannot speak his apology, and Virgil, softening at once, forgives more than he is asked, and they walk on. And the lesson is filed where all this poem's lessons are filed, in the audience. Beyond the 10th ditch, the air itself changes, dim past dusk, and out of it comes a sound that Dante says outroared any thunder, a horn blast, and after it, looming through the murk, what look like towers, a ring of them, colossal, half visible, and Virgil corrects the error gently before it can grow. Those are not towers, they are giants, standing in the central well, planted around its rim from the navel down, so that the pit itself comes up to their bellies, and their upper halves rise into the gloom like siege works. The old giants, the ones who warred on heaven and nature, Virgil observes, did well to discontinue the model, strength at that scale joined to malice being an argument no one survives. The hornblower turns out to be Nimrod, builder of the Tower of Babel by medieval tradition. His face, Dante estimates with a surveyor's coolness, as long and broad as the great bronze pine cone of St. Peter's in Rome, and when he speaks, what comes out is Raphael mei ameke zabi almi, language that belongs to no language, because the man who broke human speech into mutually incomprehensible pieces now owns a private tongue. no soul will ever share. Leave him, Virgil says. Every language is to him as his is to others, known to none. Further along stands Ephialtes, who piled mountain on mountain against the gods, wound around 5 times with an enormous chain, pinned arms to sides. And when he hears himself discussed, he shakes. And the shake is the worst moment of the night so far for the pilgrim. The whole giant convulsing against the chains so violently that Dante says he never feared death more, and the fear alone would have killed him had he not seen the bindings hold. The taxi service at the bottom of the universe is provided by the one giant who stayed out of the war. Antaeus, unchained because uncommitted in the old rebellion, susceptible. Virgil calculates to flattery, and the flattery works. The giant reaches down, and the hands that once wrestled Hercules take up the 2 poets, and Dante, looking up at the stooping Colossus, thinks of the Garisenda Tower in Bologna, the one that famously listed, and how, when a cloud passes over its tilted side, the tower itself seems to be falling on you. That is what it looks like when a giant bends down for you in the dark. Antaeus lowers them, the poem says, gently, like cargo, down the inner face of the well, down past the strata of everything, and sets them on the bottom of hell, on the floor of the universe, and straightens back up like a ship's mast rising. And the floor is ice. A lake, frozen so thick that if a mountain had fallen on it, the poem insists, not even the edge would have creaked. Cocytus, the last river of hell, the sink into which all the waters of all the circles finally drain and freeze, and the cold is manufactured. We will meet the engine of it shortly, a wind so absolute that the lake has the look of glass rather than water. And in the glass, faces. The 9th circle holds the traitors, and they are frozen into the lake in concentric zones, the geography of betrayal, and in the outermost zone, Caina, named for Cain, lie the traitors to their own kindred, locked in the ice up to the line of the face where shame shows its color, teeth chattering in the note, Dante says, of stalks. Every face points downward. The mouths testify to the cold, the eyes testify to the grief, and the tears. And this becomes the master torment of the whole circle. The tears freeze. They well, brim, and lock into ice in the very eyes that made them. 2 shades pressed so close together that their hair mingles look up when asked their names, and the effort tips their brimming eyes over. The water gushes to the lids, and the frost seizes it instantly, binding the 2 of them face to face, eye to frozen eye, and no clamp ever gripped wood to wood so hard. Whereupon the 2 of them, welded together by their own weeping, butt against each other like 2 goats, foreheads hammering, overcome with rage that has nowhere else to go. A neighbor with both ears frozen off supplies the introductions. These 2 are the Alberti brothers, Napoleone and Alessandro, counts of a valley near Florence, who murdered each other over their inheritance and their politics. One Guelph, one Ghibellin, The family quarrel continued into eternity at a range of 0 and no shades. The earless one adds with a connoisseur's authority, deserve the aspic more, not even the knight of the Round Table, whose own father split him and his shadow with one lance blow. He names the others in the ice around him, a cousin killer, a nephew stabber who waits for a still guiltier relative to arrive and shadow him. And then, because he is commission de pazzi and damned in Caina himself, he stops volunteering. Deeper in, the second zone, Antenora, named for the Trojan who sold his own city, holds the traitors to party and homeland, and here the pilgrim commits the cruelest act of his whole journey, and the poem does not clean it up. Walking among the 1,000 dog-like faces frozen in the lake, shivering as he confesses, and shivering ever after when he crosses frozen fords, Dante's foot strikes one of the heads. Hard, whether will or fate or chance, he says, leaving the question open. Se voler fu o destino o fortuna. Walking among the heads, I struck my foot hard in the face of one, a kick to a face locked in ice, and the face weeps and screams up at him. Why do you trample me? Unless you come to increase the vengeance for Monteperti, why do you molest me? Monteperti. The name goes through Dante like current. He asks Virgil to wait, stoops over the buried head, and demands the name, and the head refuses, and what follows is torture, plainly staged as such. Dante seizes the frozen scalp by the hair at the back of the head and begins tearing it out in fistfuls. You will name yourself, he says, or not one hair remains on you, and the head answers through it, strip me bald. I will not tell you who I am, not if you fall on my head 1,000 times. Dante has torn out more than one tuft. The poem counts the handfuls, the trapped man barking downward with every rip, when a neighboring head, annoyed by the noise, settles it. What ails you, Bocca, is the chattering of your jaws, not music enough. Must you bark too? What devil is at you? Bocca, named. Bocca degli Abati. And now the history, the payoff of the promise I made you back in the burning graveyard. At the crisis of the Battle of Monteperti, as the German heavy cavalry crashed into the Florentine lines, Bocca degli Abati, a Ghibelline planted inside the Guelph army, riding beside the standard bearer of the Florentine cavalry, drew his sword and hacked off the man's hand at the wrist, the hand that held the standard. The flag went down. In a medieval battle, the standard is the army's nervous system, the one visible thing every soldier steers by, and when the Florentine cavalry saw their own colours vanish, the line convulsed, and the rout began, and the Arbia ran red, and 10,000 men were butchered in the collapse one act of treachery had triggered. That is the man under Dante's foot, whether will or fate or chance. The poem offered you 3 options for that kick a page ago. Feel free to reconsider your vote. Dante leaves him with a promise instead of mercy. I will carry true news of you, traitor, and Bocca, all defiance spent. tells him to write what he likes, but not to omit his neighbors, and sells out 5 fellow traitors by name and crime in the space of 10 lines, informing on the informers, the last social act available in Antenora. And then, a little further on, Dante sees the thing the whole descent has been narrowing toward. 2 heads frozen in one hole, so close that one sits on the other like a hood, and the upper head is eating the lower one. Teeth set into the base of the skull, where the brain joins the marrow of the neck, gnawing, the poem says, as a starving man gnaws bread, working at the join of skull and spine with the mechanical persistence of hunger. Tydeus, in the old story, chewed the temples of his killer in rage, and this was more than that, and Dante, standing over it in the wind off the ice, makes the offer that has opened one of the most famous speeches in all of literature. Tell me who you are and why, and if your complaint is just, I will repay you up in the world telling it, if my tongue does not wither first. The eater lifts his mouth from the ruined skull and wipes it. The poem specifies the gesture with a horror no invention could improve. He wipes his lips on the hair of the head he has been chewing, and he says, "You ask me to renew a desperate grief that crushes my heart merely to think of before I speak a word. But if my words are to be seed bearing the fruit of infamy for the traitor I gnaw, you will see me speak and weep together." Then Count Ugolino della Gherardesca tells his story, and I am going to tell it to you with the history restored around it. Dante's audience knew every name in it, and the scene is built on that knowledge. Pisa, in the 1280s, was a maritime republic in free fall. In August of 1284, the Genoese fleet annihilated Pisa's navy at the Battle of Meloria. Thousands of Pisan men killed, something like 9 or 10,000 carried off to Genoese prisons, so many that a saying went around Italy, "If you want to see Pisa, go to Genoa." The city's husbands and sons rotted in enemy jails for years, while Florence and Lucca circled the wounded republic by land. In that emergency, power gathered into the hands of Count Ugolino della Gherardesca, head of one of Pisa's greatest families, a man already trailing a career of flexible loyalties, a Ghibelline aristocrat who had conspired with Guelphs, been imprisoned for it, been exiled, fought his way back, and who had commanded a squadron at Meloria itself, where his early withdrawal from the battle line looked to some like tactics, and to others like the day's decisive treachery. As ruler, he ceded certain Pisan castles to Lucca and Florence to split the coalition strangling the city, statecraft or sellout, depending on who told it, and he held power partly in partnership with his own grandson, Nino Visconti, until the partnership soured and, in the way of that family, he intrigued his own grandson out of the city. The man who profited from all this maneuvering was watching from the archbishop's palace. Ruggieri degli Ubaldini, Archbishop of Pisa, chief of the city's Ghibellines, who played the count and the grandson against each other, posed as Ugolino's ally, and then, with the count's Guelph flank gone, turned. On the 1st of July, 1288, mobs roused by the archbishop's faction stormed through Pisa. Ugolino's palace was attacked and burned, A natural son and a grandson of his were killed in the fighting, and the count was taken along with, and this is the detail on which everything after turns, 2 of his sons and 2 of his grandsons. 5 males of one house seized together. The youngest, Anselmuccio, was a boy in his early teens at most. The tradition makes him 15 or younger. The others, Gaddo and Uguccione, his sons, Nino, called Brigata, his grandson, were young men. None of them had ruled anything. In February of 1289, after some months of ordinary imprisonment, the 5 of them were transferred into a tower on the square of the Anziani, a tower belonging to the Gualandi family that held the city's mews, the hawk cages, from which it took the name it has carried ever since, the Tower of the Mew. The city has called it by another name for 7 centuries, the Tower of Hunger. And in March of 1289, on the archbishop's authority by every account that survives, the door of the tower was nailed shut, and the keys were carried down to the Arno and thrown into the river. No sentence recited. No execution scheduled. The 5 prisoners inside were simply left, and the city outside went about its business, and the tower went quiet at its own pace. 9 days, the chroniclers estimated, perhaps a few less for the young ones, and when the Pisans finally unsealed the door, they took the 5 bodies out, the story says, with the starvation so advanced that the dead could barely be handled, and buried them, and the count went into the grave with the irons still on him, because no one troubled to strike the chains off a corpse. Now hear how the man in the ice tells it. A narrow slit in the mew, he says, had already shown him several moons before the bad dream came. He dreamed of a hunt, this man as lord and master hunting a wolf and its whelps on the mountain between Pisa and Lucca, the hounds lean, eager and trained, the Gualandi, the Sismondi, the Lanfranchi, the very families of his captors, running in the pack, and after a short chase the wolf and the cubs seemed weary, and he seemed to see the sharp fangs open their flanks. He woke before dawn from the dream of his children opened by dogs, and heard in the dark of the actual tower his actual children crying in their sleep and asking for bread, weeping in their dreams, asking for bread in their dreams. You are cruel indeed, he says to Dante, if you do not grieve already, thinking what my heart announced to me, and if not at this, at what do you ever weep? Then they were awake, and the hour approached when food was usually brought, and each of them was doubting because of his dream, none of them saying it aloud, and then, from below, came the sound. Io senti chiavare l'uscio di sotto all'orribile torre. I heard them nailing shut the door at the foot of the horrible tower. The hammer blows coming up the stairwell, the meaning of them arriving in 5 minds at once, and no one spoke. I looked into the faces of my sons without a word, he says. I did not weep. I turned to stone inside. Io non piangia. Si dentro impetrai. They wept, and my little Anselm said, You look so, father. What is wrong? I shed no tear for all that, and did not answer all that day, nor the night after, until the next sun came out over the world. When a little ray found its way into the doleful prison, he says, and I saw in 4 faces my own aspect, my own starvation coming up at me out of my children's features like a mirror multiplied. I bit both my hands for grief. And they, thinking I did it from hunger, straightway rose up and said, Father, it will hurt us far less if you eat of us. You clothed us in this wretched flesh, and yours it is to strip it away. Tu ne vestisti queste misere carni, e tu le spoglia. His children, watching their father chew his own hands, offered him their bodies, and he quieted himself then, he says, so as not to make them sadder, and that day and the next they all stayed mute, and he flings one line upward out of the story at the earth itself, Ahi dura terra, perche non t'apristi, hard earth. Why did you not open? On the 4th day, Gaddo threw himself down at his father's feet, saying, Father mio, che non m'aiuti, my father, why do you not help me? And died there. And as you see me, he says, I saw the 3 fall one by one between the 5th day and the 6th. And I, already blind, took to groping over each of them, blindness of starvation having arrived ahead of death. An old man crawling across a stone floor feeling for the bodies of his sons, and I called them for 2 days after they were dead. 2 days, calling the names. And then he ends the story with the lines 7 centuries have never stopped arguing about. Poscia, più che il dolor, pote il digiuno. Then fasting had more power than grief. Grief had not killed him, and hunger did. That is the plain sense. He outlived his children's deaths by 2 blind days of calling, and then starvation finished what sorrow could not. And underneath the plain sense, from the earliest commentators onward, the other sense has never stopped whispering that in the final days, blind, mad, dying, the man did what his children had begged him to do, and that hunger overpowered more than his life. The poem does not say it. The poem places him in hell, gnawing eternally on a skull, and lets the image argue with the words forever. In 2002, an Italian team led by a paleoanthropologist named Francesco Malegni opened a Gherardesca family tomb in Pisa, recovered 5 skeletons matching in age and kinship the 5 prisoners of the tower, and reported, among the findings, that the rib bone assigned to the old count carried DNA consistent with the family line, and that the state of the remains fit severe starvation, while the count's own skull, by their assessment, retained almost no teeth serviceable for eating anything at the end, an old man of his years being in no condition, they suggested, to gnaw anyone. Several years later, in 2008, a Pisan scholar published archival arguments attacking the identification and the tomb's chain of custody, and the fight over 5 ancient skeletons ran through the Italian press, exactly as hot as you would expect. Where that leaves the old whisper, Everyone gets to decide alone, which has been the arrangement since 1314. What is beyond dispute is what Dante built around the story. The Count finishes speaking, and the poem reports, Quando ebbe detto ciò, con gli occhi torti riprese, il teschio misero cordenti. When he had said this, with eyes twisted sideways, he took the wretched skull in his teeth again, che furo all'osso, come d'un can, forti, teeth strong upon the bone like a dog's. The mouth that just described kissing his dying sons with silence goes back to work on the archbishop's head, and it will never finish. The skull, like everything in hell, restoring itself for the next bite, vengeance as an eternal meal that never fills. Ruggieri, underneath, is granted no speech in the poem, not one word. The man of God who starved children is reduced forever to food that feels. Then Dante turns from the frozen pair and delivers, on his own authority, one of the great curses in literature. Ahi Pisa, vituperio delle genti. Ah, Pisa, shame of the peoples of the fair land where sea is spoken. Since your neighbors are slow to punish you, let the islands of Capraia and Gorgona move, and dam up the mouth of the Arno, and drown every soul in you. For if Count Ugolino carried the name of betraying your castles, you had no right to put his children on such a cross. Their young age, he says, made them innocent. Novella Tebe. You modern Thebes, whatever the father did or did not do. The poet who has spent 33 cantos endorsing the damnation of sinners stops at the Tower of Pisa and declares, flatly, that whatever the Count deserved, the children were innocent, and demands the drowning of an entire living city over it, and that curse was published while Pisa stood a day's ride from his writing desk, and Pisans have been reciting it with a strange civic pride ever since. Past the gnawing pair, the ice enters its third zone, Ptolemia, named either for the Ptolemy of the Bible who murdered his father-in-law and sons at a banquet, or the Egyptian one who murdered his guest Pompey, both name sources agreeing on the specialty of the neighborhood: treachery against guests. People who killed the ones they had welcomed under their own roofs, at their own tables, inside the oldest sacred contract humans have. And the posture changes here. These souls lie locked in the ice face up, tilted back, and that orientation is its own torture chamber, because the weeping now has nowhere to drain. The first tears freeze across the sockets into a visor, a knot of ice sealing the eyes like crystal spectacles, and every tear behind it, finding the outlet shut, turns back inward, so that the grief itself, the poem says, having no way out, increases the anguish it came from. Crying into a blocked drain, forever, the sorrow pooling behind its own frozen surface. The wind that manufactures all this cold rakes across their upturned faces continuously, and Dante feels it too now and asks its source, and Virgil answers only, "Your eye will shortly give you the answer." Everything in this basement is almost visible. Out of the ice, a voice cries for help with a request that stops the pilgrim mid-step. O souls so cruel that the last post of all is assigned you, lift the hard veils from my face, that I may vent the grief that stuffs my heart a little before the weeping freezes over. Break my visor. Chip the ice off my eyes so I can cry one round of tears before the next crust forms. Dante answers with an offer sworn on his own journey. Tell me who you are, and if I do not extricate you, may I have to go to the bottom of the ice. A lawyer's oath, as we are about to see, since the bottom of the ice is precisely where the road is going. And the voice identifies itself. I am Friar Alberigo. I am he of the fruits of the evil garden, and here I receive a date for a fig. Alberigo dei Manfredi, of the jovial friars, the same comfortable order as the hypocrites back in their gilded cloaks, a nobleman of Faenza who, in 1285, settled a family quarrel by inviting his kinsman Manfred and Manfred's young son to a grand reconciliation banquet, and at the end of the meal called out, in the hearing of everyone, "Bring the fruit." It was the signal. Armed men came out from behind the hangings and butchered the guests at the table, the father and the boy, over the last course of a peace dinner, and "bring the fruit" of Friar Alberigo passed into Italian as a proverb for the knife hidden in the welcome. A date for a fig, he says in the ice, the return exceeding the gift, hell's exchange rate on hospitality. And then Dante asks the question, whose answer is the strangest doctrine in the poem. Are you dead already then? Because as far as the pilgrim knows, Alberigo is alive, and the friar's reply opens a trap door under everything. How my body stands up in the world, he says, I carry no knowledge of. Such is the privilege of this Ptolemia, that oftentimes the soul falls down here before Atropos has cut the thread. The moment a person commits this sin, treachery against a guest, the soul drops instantly, mid-heartbeat, into the ice, and a demon takes the vacated body and operates it for the remainder of its natural span, eating, drinking, sleeping, conducting business, wearing the face. His neighbor in the ice, Alberigo continues, you may know him, has wintered here for years already, Ser Branca Doria. And up above a devil governs his body still. And here, at last, is the man from the top of this video, Branca Doria of Genoa, who in 1275 invited his own father-in-law, Michel Zanche, to dinner and had him and his companions hacked apart at the table, a guest murder inside a family bond. Double treachery, and whose soul, by the friar's testimony, arrived in the ice before his victim's soul had even arrived in the Barator's boiling pitch, back up in the 8th circle. The paperwork of damnation outran the paperwork of the man he killed. Dante flat out refuses to believe it. I think you are deceiving me, he says. Brancadoria is not dead at all. He eats and drinks and sleeps and puts on clothes, and the friar simply restates the mechanism, and events sided with the friar in a way even Dante could not have arranged, because, as I told you at the top, the living Brancadoria walked the streets of Genoa for 25 years after this poem's journey, and for 4 years after its author's death, an old man in furs greeting his neighbors, while the most famous poem in Europe circulated the news of what was and was not behind his eyes. And then, the interview over, Dante does the thing. "Open my eyes now," the friar begs, "per quella fede, by the promise." "E io non li apersi," the poem admits, "and I did not open them for him. E cortesia fu lui esser villano," and to be rude to him was courtesy. He swore the oath, collected the testimony, and walked away from the frozen, weeping eyes, and tells us to our faces that cheating a traitor is good manners, and the technicality even holds, he did go to the bottom of the ice. Whether the pilgrim has by now become fluent in the local morality, or has simply learned what the place he is standing in requires, the poem leaves in the wind. "Vexilla regis prodeunt inferni," Virgil says. The banners of the King of Hell advance, bending a 6th century hymn to the cross into the announcement of what is coming through the fog, and ahead, through the thick, cold air, a structure looms, the way a windmill looms through evening mist at a distance, vanes turning. The wind sharpens as they approach, so cutting that Dante shelters behind his guide, and the ice underfoot changes, and this is Giudecca, the 4th and final zone, named for Judas, the precinct of those who betrayed their benefactors and rightful lords, and no one here will speak to us, because no one here can move at all. The souls of the innermost ice are fully submerged, entombed in complete transparency like straws in glass, some lying flat, some upright, some head down, some bent double, faces to feet, frozen through in whatever attitude the ice took them, visible at every depth under the traveller's steps. Silence, total, and the wind. And then the mist thins, and Dante sees the windmill. Lucifer stands waist-deep at the exact center of the frozen lake, at the exact center of the earth, at the exact center, in this cosmology, of the entire created universe. And he is enormous beyond the scale of everything we have met. Dante offers the ratio, "I compare better with a giant than giants compare with his arms." The tower-sized Nimrods of the well would not reach his elbow. Once he was the most beautiful thing God ever made. And the poem looks at him and says exactly that. "Sel fu si bel com elie ora brutto," if he was as beautiful then as he is hideous now, and lifted his brows against his Maker, well may all sorrow proceed from him. He has 3 faces on one head, a hideous inversion of the Trinity, one crimson, one a bilious yellow-white, one black, and beneath each face a pair of wings larger than any sails ever raised at sea, and the wings are a bat's, senza penne, featherless, membranous, and they never stop beating. That is the machine of the 9th circle. 6 leathery wings threshing eternally, generating 3 freezing gales that howl outward across Cocytus and lock the lake and every soul in it, and Lucifer himself, into the ice. The emperor of the sorrowful kingdom is his own prison's refrigeration plant, self-frozen by his own attempt at flight, and from all 6 of his eyes he weeps, and the tears run down 3 chins mixed with bloody foam, because each of the 3 mouths is working. Each mouth chews a sinner, 3 men held half in, half out, processed eternally like grain in a mill, and the poem walks us down the menu. In the black mouth and the yellow feet first hang Brutus and Cassius, the murderers of Julius Caesar, betrayers of the founder of the empire that, in Dante's politics, God himself had ordained to govern the earth. Brutus writhing without one sound, biting back even his screams, dignity's last holdout. And in the center mouth, reserved for the worst human being who ever lived, head first, so that only the legs kick from between the red face's teeth, hangs Judas Iscariot, and for him, chewing alone was deemed insufficient. The poem adds one more stroke to the portrait of the bottom of the universe. The claws of the center face flay his back as the teeth work, so that at times, Dante says, his spine remained completely stripped of skin, peeled and repeeled forever inside the mouth of the master he sold. Betrayal of God's church and betrayal of God's empire, side by side by side, chewed eternally in the weeping face of the first traitor of all, and the chewing produces nothing and feeds nothing. That is the deepest fact of Dante's hell. The very bottom holds no throne, only a beautiful ruin jammed in ice of its own manufacture, gnawing. The exit is the strangest 100 lines in the poem, and the physics of it still delights engineers. On Virgil's instruction, Dante clamps his arms around his guide's neck, and Virgil, timing the wing beats, leaps onto Lucifer himself and climbs down the devil, handhold by handhold, down the shaggy flank between the matted hair and the crusted ice, using the enemy of mankind as a ladder, tuft by tuft, toward the point where the thigh swells at the hip. And there, at that exact point, Virgil, with effort and distress, rotates. He turns himself upside down, head where his feet were, and begins climbing in what Dante's senses insist is the wrong direction, back up, and Dante, clinging on, believes for a moment they are returning into hell. Then they squeeze through a crack in the rock, and Virgil sets him down on a ledge, and Dante looks back and sees Lucifer's legs sticking up out of the stone, inverted, and his mind briefly breaks. The explanation is the planet. They have passed the center of the earth, the point toward which all weight everywhere falls, and crossed into the southern hemisphere, and down has become up, down having pointed all along at Lucifer, the center of all gravity being also the center of all evil, the one point in the universe farthest from God in every direction at once. When the rebel angel fell from heaven, Virgil explains as they rest, he struck this side of the world, and the land itself fled from the contact, recoiling under the sea to the northern hemisphere, and the earth, displaced by his plunge through the planet, rushed upward behind him and raised, in the empty southern ocean, a mountain. The mountain of purgatory. The mountain Ulysses drowned in sight of. The entire geography of salvation in this poem is the splash. Every soul that climbs toward heaven climbs a pile of rubble thrown up by the devil's impact, evil having built, without intending it, the staircase out. Then they walk. No more circles, no more monsters, just a hidden stream running down through the dark of the earth, and the two poets follow the sound of the water up its channel, without care for rest. Virgil first, Dante second, the whole night, and more of climbing through the secret dark, until through a round opening far above, Dante sees le cose belle che porta el ciel, the beautiful things the sky carries, and they come out and stand under them. E quindi uscimmo a rivedere le stelle, and from there we came out to see once more the stars. Every one of the three great books of the comedy ends on that same word, stelle, stars, hell, purgatory, and paradise, each closing its door on the identical syllable, a poet's way of saying where the whole machine was pointed all along. Dante finished the Inferno around 1314, finished the entire comedy in 1321, and died that same September in Ravenna of malaria, caught crossing the marshes on a diplomatic errand for his host, who was, life having a taste for this sort of symmetry, Guido Novello da Polenta, nephew of Francesca da Rimini. The city that had sentenced him to the fire spent the following centuries begging for the body back, and Ravenna never gave it. At one point, the friars of his church literally hid the bones in a wall to keep a pope from shipping them to Florence, and they stayed lost in that wall until workmen broke into it by accident in 1865. He lies in Ravenna still. Florence, which burned his sentence into the record in 1302, formally revoked it in 2008, 706 years late, and maintains, in its great church of Santa Croce, a grand marble tomb for him, with his statue seated above it, glowering. The tomb is empty. It has always been empty. The exile kept his terms. And that is the descent, all 9 circles of it, from the blank flag of the neutrals to the frozen wings at the center of the earth. If your ears made it this far, genuinely, thank you. This was a monster of an episode to put together, and you sticking through the whole thing is the reason it exists. Tell me in the comments which soul is staying with you tonight. I have a feeling the Tower of Pisa wins, but Francesca people, make yourselves heard. Enormous thanks one more time to the Patreon crew and the YouTube members. The links are in the description and the pinned comment if you want in. Sleep with a light on. See you in the next one.